Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to CARNY'S RIDE. Buck up, hit that like and subscribe. Sit down and shut the fuck up. Welcome to CARNY'S RIDE. Lights out, mask on the hole. Damn thing's been cursed since the day I was born. Everyone's fake, smiling like they ain't scared. Content, candy, lies, knives in the back. You came for a show, now you're stuck. Step in the ring if you think you're tough. Bet your whole damn soul you ain't built for this stuff. I'll ride in rain or snow. If you can't hang, get the fuck on. Everything you got blood on it. Build this tent from the bricks on the wall. Everyone's looking at me, one for me to fall, but I keep riding. Been walking this mile for a long damn while now. Get the fuck out of stay and burn with the rest of us. Now it's time to tell you my story.
Good morning, Carney Riders. How are you doing today? Yeah, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell, let you know when the show is on. Let's see. Also, get or gift a membership. Join the channel to get access to the perks. We start our memberships here at $4.99 and up. So check it out. Also, you can send your donos here or to my Cash Apps, either $ Carney's Ride or Cash App Carney Vanguard. Also, same as on PayPal is Carney Vanguard. Don't forget, if you want to get your coffee cups and tumblers, here's the link right here. And same if you want to get the Carney Ride shirts. First fist bump. Oh yeah, what's going on, Benty? Thank you for tuning in. Let's see what Mike is up to, I guess. I don't know if he's still on. Oops. Not what I want. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. I'll put him on stage.
That were real about this situation. That's exactly what it came down to is this whole aspect. They said no thanks. They didn't want to get involved. And it's like, well, we're always involved in your shit, helping you out. You're not going to help us out. Well, then fuck you. That's exactly what happened.
A lot of questions here, as we know that just days ago,
Pablo,
North
good
Korea
morning.
fired that ballistic missile that went into the water there nearby. And there were questions about that as well. Now, we did have at the time Jenny Town, who is the senior fellow and director of 38 North.
Yeah, we actually played the little clip of him earlier on
the
that.
Stinson Center join us. She is now back to talk much more about this. Jenny, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here on this Monday morning. And as you'd imagine, there is a lot to discuss.
There certainly is. Thanks for having me back.
Of course. And I have to ask, as we go kind of into the past here, and you and I discussed this last time you were on, but can you explain for folks out there the joint exercises that seem to take place there just about every year?
Yes, real quick, just so everyone knows, I already have Carney Vanguard set up for the raid. So when we're done here, make sure you guys stick around. We're going to be going over and hanging out with Carney for a little bit. All right, here we go.
With the U.S. and South Korea and what their kind of goal is.
Combined Forces Command, where the South Korean Army and the U.S. Together. And each year they do run at least 2 rounds of large-scale live-fire military exercises, and these are the exercises that North Korea generally does protest as an act of practicing war, and especially
right. And North Korea does the exact same thing. They do it right in South Korea's face too. You know, and there's times where North Korea will do that testing with missiles, and just to like, you know, because they do look at it as like, oh, you're gearing up to scale war on us.
Given the scale and given the proximity to North Korea in which they're conducted. So it is common for North Korea to protest these exercises and to do such things as short-range ballistic missile launches in the weeks around the exercises, either before or after. But it is, you know, it is at the same time a necessary part of having a combined forces command, where they do need to practice certain logistical matters to have greater readiness in case there is a contingency on the
Which I 100% agree with. Absolutely.
Korean Peninsula. And this was, of course, the first time we've seen exercises that also integrate new drills that reflect some of the realities of how the war is being fought in places like Ukraine, certainly that the North Koreans have been learning from as well.
And I have to imagine this probably came as a surprise to you that President Trump put out that message, because I know I've spoken to a lot of experts who were thrown off, also lawmakers who were thrown off by it.
Yeah, I mean, the way that this was done really is hard to understand. If it was really about signaling to the North Koreans that we wanted to lower tensions, that the military exercises were negotiable in this way, you know, the reality is that we don't have negotiations going on between the U.S. and U.S. and North Korea. But at the same time, you wouldn't wait until the last minute when the exercises are about to start to make that decision. These have been
well, and Trump did that strategically in the aspect of he asking, you know, let's do the whole denuclearizing of you know, Iran, and them saying no, we don't want to be a part of that. That's exactly why this happened. So I don't know why they're it's like over analyzing a little bit, but hey, listen, we already got pretty much into it. I was hoping that there was going to be more reports. I'm blessed and honored to be able to have you guys and support what we do over here. Thank you guys that donate, that become members, send in gifted memberships, all that stuff, man. It goes a long way. The cash apps and all that stuff, man. So thank you to all of you. All right, so stick around. We're going to be raiding our buddy Carney Vanguard. He's live right now, so make sure you guys stick around for the raid, and I'll be over there hanging out for a little bit as well. Anyways, much love, honor, respect, everybody. God bless. We'll see you guys here tomorrow morning for more of the world's madness. Till then, God bless.
From the depths of darkness, a voice emerges, a host with a fire burning.
That's awesome. Thanks, man. You guys are awesome. Let's see. What am I doing? Morning, Dragon Classy. How are you doing? Yep. And then, of course, hey, Carney. How you doing? What are you doing, Dragon Karasi? Oh, shoot. Charlie Rose. Thanks, Mike, for the raid. I appreciate it. Love tuning in and checking out your show. Always. Big shout out to you. Oh shit! Here we go with the $5. Damn. Brother Critters throwing in the $1. All right. Let's see. Bye-bye. We get one of these.
The grease is on the chain, this is the life I choose. We're filming the journey, nothing left to lose. Got the camera rolling, got the mic on up tight. Gonna light up the screen with the road at midnight. Used to pull the lever, guess to wait and play the game. Now I'm chasing views and clicks and calling out the name. This is CARNY'S RIDE.
Damn, thank you very much. Oh, way to start off, man. That's awesome. That $5 right off the bat. You're fucking awesome. Cheers. Teddy Bug, how are you? Big win. Mike Ball raid. Hell yeah. What's going on? Rolling 3. Virginia Chaos. How you doing? Thanks, Titty Bug. Yeah, it's done all the donuts there. But I do like the super chats and super stickers, so go ahead and send them there too. Light up the screen with colors. Get them nice and bright. How you doing, Mountain Woman? Glad you're tuning in, hanging out with us now. Glad you're doing good. Sick bastard in the house. Hell yeah. So loud. What up? What up? Al Patterson. What's going on? With Mike Ball raid. Hell yeah. Extra surprise. What up? How you guys doing? All right. So what'd you guys think of that? Candace and Andrew Wilson debate. That was kind of crazy. And then, you know, of course, the Crucible and all that's going to be talking shit about Candace, which is, you know, that's their game. You know, can't hate the game, just can hate the player. But I think Candace did a great job. When Andrew didn't want to answer anything, kind of would go on that Luke questions, stuff like that. You know, he's known for it. So, I mean, I think they should have picked something other than, you know, Charlie Kirk thing, but, you know, that's my, you know, my opinion. And it doesn't really, my opinion, don't really count on that shit. See, that whole debate thing was widely interesting. It was. I mean, that was a crazy one. I don't care for Andrew Wilson. Everybody that knows me knows that. I could give a rat's ass about that dude. I used to like watching him just because, you know, he'd be in some good debates, but I've seen the way the person is, and yeah, fuck him. You go suck on a dick for all I give a fuck. Debate, yeah. But yeah, there was a lot of us covering it. I finally said fuck this after so long. I think it was because I was lagging or glitching out or something. It was something weird. I just got tired of it. It's like I have other things to do then. But I think Candace sat there and nailed Andrew to the cross. But that's my opinion. Oh, you know what's cool about my opinion? It means something here. Might not mean shit on other shows, but on here it does. But anyways, anywho. He had Elvis. Did I have you at Elvis? Thank you very much.
I can't do just get the money part, right? Just get the money part done. Give me money. Money me. Money now. Me a money needing a lot now. That was
That was Charlie's line. Actually, that line has been done by many. I like using it too. The movement. Third Eye Blind. Ew. Cheers. Support your local motorcycle club. Oh, yeah. Yes. If you want to support your local motorcycle club, support Vanguard. And you can hit me up on Cash App, PayPal, and here on CARNY'S RIDE. All right. Let's see. What are we doing today? I have no clue. No, we got Missy Mod. Let's see what she's talking about.
Little brat. No, he wants to sleep right here, right next to me. Yo, what's up, bros? Anyway, so I have some paint, and then I'm gonna chill out for a little while, guys. I really need it. I really need it. Like sleep. Somebody just come knock me the fuck out. I've seen plenty of elephants, giraffes, and some lions. Hello, Carney Vanguard. Hi. Hello. We raise them up here for evolution.
Evolution.
I'm like, what the hell? I know I didn't get no paint on me yet. I've seen plenty of elephants, giraffes, some lions so far. That's cool. Man, that's cool, bros. Bro.
All right, so you guys have the option. What do you want to do today? Let's see. Could watch some motorcycle.
Other than going crazy, I'm, nothing else is new, like at all.
Watching.
I am seriously though. I think
Crazy
I hope
debate. We
get
could
up to the swamp where Kent thinks a dinosaur still lives.
Watch some Karens. I don't.
What are you gonna do if you see it, Claude? What the hell are you gonna do? What if you see it? Are you gonna get saved like right then and there? Things gonna come out and attack. Going to YouTube for mental health assistance is like going to a homeless encampment for financial advice. What the hell, man? Didn't you just say like a year ago that we could totally get financial advice from a homeless dude?
Oh, hell yeah, do that. That sounds fucking fun.
It doesn't even matter, bro. Hello, Dwayne.
Hi. On the bike and going for a long ride, but it ain't happening for me right now.
There's just some fucking assholes on YouTube, though, man. They're asking for it. That's all I know. That's all I know, bros.
So
They're asking for poison cookies. Can you guys hear me? I just need to make sure. Like, let me just check just to make sure. Okay, good. You guys want to raise them up? Praise evolution.
Praise evolution.
All right. Mod should have come on Safari with me. Why?
Ghost Mac.
Why? I'm just gonna cause problems. I'm gonna scare it off. I saw a bunch of hippopotamuses, therefore I have been converted.
Slapping women.
what?
Oh, that's when fucking you talking about. Yeah.
Going to Yuping Gator petting zoo.
Fucking speaking.
I only accept. I only accept LOBS. I accept advice from homeless people. Whew, guys, I guess I'm just the right amount today. Whew.
Somebody's awake. All right, let's see who's up.
I always think that I feel something on.
All right, Miss Ma. Let's hit the live, see who's there. Let's see, we got Brandon Ray. Brandon Ray, what are you doing, Brandon? Oh, he's up there doing Sturgis. Oh. Brandon Ray. Let's see, what else we got? What's he talking about?
All their attention that they get feeding on it like vampires.
And I kind of want to get back into gaming, but I have no clue. Fox News, The Saint, Court TV. Hey, Jim Bob.
The egg tempera paint and the pigment with dish soap, dish detergent.
What?
Which makes things more wet, apparently, kind of. So, or
But he's a good one too. I do like watching his show from time to time. So, West Virginia State Fairgrounds. What? Arrow Lakes, British Columbia. Google that. I'll do some video. Okay, so how do you pronounce that? Nakoops? Ferry. Okay, I will check that out. Had a big breakfast. Maybe I should do a half a gram of shrooms just to keep that smile going. Yeah, that would be interesting. Let's see. What do we got? NAK. USP. Alps.
All right, we're just rolling into Summerlin. Look at this view. All right, we're adventuring now. Oh, we got a ways to go yet. Oh, there's the last guy that tried to make it through here. Uh-oh. Oh!
After the spill, morning came pretty quietly. I woke up early, grabbed the drone, and wandered down to where after I never felt like hitting the reset button.
But I'm also editing some music.
The old rail bridge stretching across the water made for a pretty incredible backdrop too. The day before had been a long one, We'd spent more than 12 hours on the road with temperatures well over 30 degrees for a good chunk of it. By the time we finally found camp, got the bikes parked and tents set up, I think all 4 of us were completely spent. Normally, this is the part of the trip where we'd sit around camp, tell stories, laugh about the day, and probably give each other a hard time about something that happened along the way, like falling into a creek. But not that night. We were cooked. It wasn't long before everyone disappeared into their tent and called it a day.
Packed up. Helmets are on. Gloves are
Trail
on. The
bikes or venture bike, whatever you want to
Your
call
gloves.
it.
Your
Adventure
gloves.
tour, right?
Can you just leave me alone?
And what can I tell you about the Christian Valley? Well, it's beautiful, it's quiet, it's remote. And it's the kind of place where you can very quickly forget there's a whole other world going on somewhere outside of it. The road works its way north alongside the Kettle River, winding through ranch country, forest, and these big open sections of valley surrounded by mountains. There's not a whole lot out here. And honestly, that's kind of the point. Places like this are exactly why I love traveling by motorcycle.
Oh, guys, this route has just been so good. We came up the Christian Valley Road, and we're on tarmac for a while. Well maintained, well trafficked. Keep going along. Just spectacular. Haven't eaten yet today. But yeah, this track is
because there's this like asshole, you know, he's like, I'm gonna punch him right in the face if I ever see him. Yeah, you know, record it. I kind of think space is fake, but I think moon landing was real. What? What? Oh, okay. Thank you, BS. Thank you for reminding me. Wait, everyone go on chat Revolt and say nothing for 10 minutes. What the fuck, Aiden? I'll shut it down in 2. Like, literally, I almost shut it down just now.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oof, I almost didn't do it. But I do that every morning. It's like, yo, fucking Mondays. What the hell?
I want to do something like that here in the States. Like around where I'm at. Over by the Four Corners area.
You wanted to bitch about OE stream.
Towns.
Yeah, dude.
What the fuck?
What the hell, man? That guy looked vaxxed up, bro.
I thought about doing something.
He looked vaxxed up, man. What the fuck? You guys are fucking dorks. What the hell? Simos, you're here? I knew you would be here. You guys. Had me so triggered for real. Was the greatest dentist in the land. What the hell? How did I miss that? Oh, because they're doing the nothing. So
what else is going on? Hit the live button. More Sturgis? Yeah, that's Sturgis too. Yeah. We got some state fair stuff live. What was this? West Virginia. West Virginia State Fair. No, oh look, I put state fairs up and all of a sudden I dropped down in audience like carnival rides, amusement park, stuff like that. It's all good. I guess I'll just take that off the screen.
Hello, everyone. 1, 5, 6.
Welcome to the Human Rastapult, where you can launch yourself and enjoy the view at 876 feet.
What do you guys reckon? Tap prize?
This Nevis swing holds the title of the world's biggest swing for a reason.
Oh, shit.
If heights make you queasy, look away now. This breathtaking view could literally take your breath away. This is called the Cage of Death, and so much like the name suggests, not everyone can stay calm being watched like dinner. A sunset is usually nice to enjoy, but not when you're flying on the world's tallest sky coaster. Wow, I didn't know they designed submarines in yellow too. This gyro drop is not your normal amusement park ride. The word insane can't describe it. Just kidding. The spinning is fake. The real one is safer for your heart.
The bear would be shocked.
This slide doesn't just drop you. It makes you think about your life choices first. Man, you just know her back would never be the same after that.
There's actually watching flight.
Ready? Yeah. Okay, now 3, 2, 1, go.
If you ever feel bored in life, all you need is a ticket to grow and become a human slingshot. You'll remember what pure adrenaline feels like. The Devil's Pool in Zambia lets you swim in a natural rock pool right on the edge of Victoria Falls. The view is insane, but it's not for the faint-hearted.
Crazy.
We need it with our hands, okay? Nobody's going to say anything because that's how we do it. Everybody's in the crocodile. I'm going to show you the crocodile, okay? Are you ready for the crocodile?
The Nevis catapult is easily one of the most daring experiences you can have. introduce you to Red Coast, Europe's tallest and fastest roller coaster. This ride doesn't just scare you, it publicly ruins your dignity on the way out. Tag your Tim Burton bestie who keeps saying we should try something adventurous.
Oh my God!
Joa! Joa! Bravo, Bukasa! Joa!
Most people never experience dinner in the sky, but Dubai gives you the chance to change that. Well, if you're rich enough. Spend your summer at Sohotan Cave to have thousands of harmless jellyfish float around you like a dream.
Go, here we go.
That would be kind of cool.
You can stay calm and collected like Leonardo, or mess with the controls and become Raphael when his pizza is stolen. What makes the Talican ride special is the crazy immersion. Fire and water effects along the ride. No wonder it's one of the best flat rides in the world. Not your go-to place to propose, but surely an epic story to tell the grandkids.
Good.
He's waiting on you. You're welcome.
When the brochure said full experience, this is definitely not what people imagined.
Are you serious? Yes? Oh my God.
Don't drop the red.
This is why people say Vietnam is built different. Your coffee comes with a free heart attack. Standing on top of a plane while it loops through the air sounds terrifying, but this professional wing walker looks like she's having the time of her life.
Oh, here we go.
Safari really hits different when you're the one being watched, huh?
Out of diesel, guys. Out of diesel. Yeah. Can you stop there? Can you? Oh, I want to take a selfie.
There's no way.
This Oblivion roller coaster can launch you straight into oblivion with an 87.5 degree drop underground.
We're gonna walk outside. And we'll do it the right way. The English way. Ladies walk out first.
You're watching two German slackliners setting a world record by walking a slackline between two hot air balloons. They're balancing at 8,200 feet like a walk in the park. And honestly, my jaws are dropping.
That's called a high wire act.
Okay. Ali, bleib dran, bleib dran. Komm schon. Komm schon. Komm schon. Komm schon. Auf geht's. Auf geht's.
Yes!
After all those years of lions living in cages for our entertainment, the game finally changed.
Gator.
Hi.
Across. Okay.
Most rivers let you kayak through without a sweat. This one in South Wales makes sure you remember the ride.
Bye, have a great time.
Women live longer than men for many reasons. This is one of them. This looks like a great way to give your legs that constant tremble that burns so many calories. All you need is a ticket to Norway.
Norway.
Har ju inget van.
Please do have
This KL tower is famous among base jumpers, but if you're not a professional, just stick to your couch.
Yeah, come on!
I do want to try this.
The only sport in the world that has no injuries. All jokes aside, this is the kind of view wingsuit pilots live for. Watch.
That was just so cool. Hallelujah. This footage is wrong. Oh, here we go.
Look at you, girl. Look at you.
If you choose to walk on this thrill walk, then bring a change of underwear, or several.
Как тут держаться? Леся, здесь конец, но я... Женя, не выглядывай туда! Женя, никуда не смотри, пожалуйста!
This is Mbuluwawa Tower in Sri Lanka, and it's not for everyone, especially people with claustrophobia, because the higher you go, the tighter it gets.
Слава, быстрее иди!
Конечно, прикольно. Красота, красота.
Good news! You can now experience the ocean without full dive training. Sweden's Liseberg amusement park doesn't hold back. That's why the park stays high on European rankings.
Go on in the back, quiet, and everyone talking except the narrator. That's what I should know.
At 42 floors up, the Market Square Tower, the pool gives you an incredibly straight look over Houston. This ride doesn't just give you thrills, it can also empty your stomach. If you find this tidal vortex scary, then, well, they didn't name it Devil's Hole for no reason.
Oh.
You can't even see him anyways. Oh my gosh. Here we go.
And they say it's fun, but the fun comes at 60 miles per hour. I'm so glad the glass did its job. Shark diving at the Dubai Aquarium is an intense experience. At least nobody can see if you wet yourself. This spider thrill ride is cool. It gives you clear views of the park right before it flips you again. Yeah, I think I'd probably prefer to stay behind to be the cameraman too. It's actually helpful to scream on this roller coaster because your mouth is already open for you to be sick.
Corre, corre.
They're moving together like they've done this 100 times. Is this paragliding or a walk in a park?
Perfetto. Sono anche loro.
No, mi piace un casino! Porca troia, che figata! Charlie!
Esatto. L'ho preso, vela che cade. Perfetto, è stato bene? Perfetto. Come è andata?
Grazie mille,
Grazie a
bellissimo.
voi.
It takes a lot of courage to take this skydrop water slide, especially when staying home and watching TV is an option.
Oh my God.
During the Poly New Year, the bridge fills up until there's barely room to move. No, I don't hear any snap sound. Every step feels like it could go so wrong. This is definitely not a hobby for the weak.
Caraca!
You're sliding down the Insano water
I like
slide,
water
which is
slides.
14 stories tall and can propel riders up to 62 miles per hour. The ride is literally called the hamster wheel, and, well, dignity was never part of the design. The Macau Tower is the world's highest bungee jump, and her screen tells you everything you need to know about the ride. Nothing bad happened, but you know it's going to haunt her in her dreams.
Yeah. Yeah, on the
When you have a chance, come to Vietnam. It feels exactly like Mario Kart, but with real speed and real consequences.
That was like fun.
The ride spins up to 60 kilometers per hour, and centrifugal force does the rest. Suddenly, everyone is a human sticker on the wall.
So much for the Ferris wheel. I hope there's nobody in there.
Send this video to your loved one for your next vacay idea.
Nie wiem, czy zlecę. 1, bungee. O Boże!
Ale jest!
Now's when you remember those wedding
Right
vows.
on, how you doing?
Dois, três. Caraca, mulher. Eu sou coração.
Skydiving ain't scary enough for them, or what?
Meu céu.
See airplane markings instead of grass or water.
Oh! Oh! Oh my gosh! Woo! That is insane! That is so awesome.
There you go, ready?
Ready.
I didn't realize I was holding my breath until he jumped.
He almost ate it, dude. He went down like 20 feet without his ski in the
That's crazy.
The cable is the only thing between him and a very long fall. Somehow, he still looks like he's on a Sunday ride. The view is insane, the height is ridiculous, and he's still enjoying every second at the world's highest bungee jump.
Yep. Here we go! 5, 4, 3,
Jada. Holy.
Among the rides I would never plan on trying, this pirate ship is one of them.
I have to.
You can't even see their faces from here, but the screaming already told the whole story.
Holy yes! 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 Woo!
Of all the extreme sports out there, sliding down an active volcano on a wooden board still feels like the wildest one. And if it still sounds interesting to you, welcome to Nicaragua.
That's weird.
Tube doesn't care about your dignity. It only cares about velocity.
Have a cup of coffee. This coffee tastes so good.
Have you done before like it?
I only do silly things like this with you, Gwen.
Okay, nice. Nice to be here.
Nice
to be here.
Fantastic.
There's no better way to tell how scary a roller coaster is than to listen to its riders
Nó sợ đâu. Nó chỉ nhanh quá nó sợ rồi chứ không sợ cao, nó không sợ cao.
This is the Giant Canyon Swing, hanging 200 feet above the Colorado River. The scenery is breathtaking, because breathing becomes optional. This is the longest zip line over water on the planet. And you alone is enough to
That's cool.
forget you're hanging by a cable.
Okay, so
The trust they have in that.
Let's go.
This is the end of today's compilation. Like and subscribe, and we'll see you in the next one. Thanks for watching. More fishing fails, crazy splashes, and
Everything seems calm until 1 sudden second before anyone has time to react. What you're about to see is real. Moments captured just seconds before disaster.
Let's see, what else?
Alright. See how this works out. It's weird, it's crazy how different the color of this yellow is from the oxidized yellow.
Oh, landing.
And I want to get, like, all my rust is gone now.
There's
Pretty
people.
much. There's a couple little rust on the rivets, but most of it's gone. He was so pissed. He was like, I'm out. And he just he walked away, like pouted, walked away. And he like totally went home. I was like, we smell better. That poor dog doesn't like smelling good. Oh, he's a hunting dog. I was like, shit, dude.
Let's see. Oh, shit. in blue.
Hopefully everything's still functioning. Oh, look at that. Still functioning.
That's cool, sick.
Doesn't look too bad, eh?
Not too bad.
All right. Let's clean up, I guess.
Ooh, anybody watch these soapbox derbies? Or no. These guys are crazy. It looks like fun.
Witness is real. Incredible moments caught on camera.
Whoa! That was crazy.
University of Chester after a ride malfunctioned, leaving one staff member with minor injuries that required hospital treatment. From 0 to 112 miles per hour in just 5 seconds while pulling 4 Gs, this ride doesn't just thrill you, it completely changes your look.
roller coaster accident and human.
This terrifying disaster in northern India shows how quickly relentless heavy rain can transform peaceful communities into scenes of widespread destruction.
Nu går det undan.
You have this particular
Fingret på bild.
Panic broke out in the United States when a fairground ride suddenly collapsed during a school event. But miraculously, everyone escaped without injuries.
Wait, look up. Photo. Oh, yeah, look up to your boy. Wait, no, wait. What did you want to tell me? Both of you guys. What did you want to tell me? Double check, safety first, double check.
The Queenstown Nevis swing sends you plunging 230 feet before launching you to 75 miles per hour in seconds over New Zealand's breathtaking Nevis Valley.
roller coaster ride.
What if the scream you hear at an amusement park isn't excitement, but Parker has times than anyone wants to admit? Rides designed for joy have turned into nightmares in seconds. A single malfunction, one overlooked warning, one fatal mistake, and suddenly the thrill becomes something no one survives the same way. Tonight, we're pulling back the curtain on the chilling reality behind amusement park disasters that left the world stunned, and asking the question no one dares to what really happens when the ride doesn't stop. The Quimera Disaster 2019. On September 28, 2019, crowds gathered at La Feria Chapultepec Mágico, a historic amusement park located in Mexico City. The park had entertained visitors for decades, and one of its most well-known attractions was a steel roller coaster called Quimera. The ride was an older triple-loop coaster, originally built years earlier, but it still drew long lines of thrill-seekers eager to experience its powerful drops and loops. That afternoon, a train full of riders began its normal journey along the track. The coaster rushed through its loops and turns as passengers screamed in excitement. As the ride approached the final section of track near the end of the course, witnesses began to notice something strange. The rear car of the train started shaking violently as it entered a curve. Within seconds, the situation turned catastrophic. The last car suddenly derailed and flipped upside down, completely separating from the rest of the train. 2 passengers were thrown from the car as it fell nearly 33 feet to the ground below. The victims, 2 young men aged 18 and 21, suffered severe head injuries and died shortly afterward. 2 women riding in the car were also seriously injured when the wreckage slammed into the coaster structure. The shocking accident immediately forced authorities to shut down the entire amusement park. Investigators later discovered that a critical component inside the axle assembly had broken, causing the wheels to detach from the track. Officials also uncovered multiple safety violations during the investigation. Within months, La Feria Chapultepec lost its operating permit, and the historic amusement park was permanently closed and dismantled.
That's crazy.
The Mindbender Disaster, 1986. Rod Chico. On June 14, 1986, the West Edmonton Mall in Alberta, Canada, was packed with visitors enjoying one of the largest indoor amusement parks in the world. At the center of the park stood Mindbender, a massive steel roller coaster,
famous for its 3 vertical loops and speeds reaching nearly 60 miles per hour, had passed a safety inspection just the day before. All had any reason to believe something was about to go terribly wrong. That evening, Rod Chico and 3 of his friends climbed into the last car of the train. The coaster launched from the station and quickly built speed as it raced toward the first loop. The train smoothly completed the first and second loops while riders screamed in excitement. But as the train entered the third and final loop, a critical mechanical failure suddenly occurred. 4 small cap screws in the wheel assembly of the last car had slowly loosened over time. Under the intense forces of the loop, those screws finally failed. The rear car began to shake violently as its wheels lost contact with the track. Within seconds, the car completely derailed. The lap bar restraints suddenly released, throwing all 4 passengers from the car.
Ew.
They were launched nearly 30 feet through the air before crashing onto the hard concrete floor of the amusement park below. The train itself, slowed by the derailment, rolled backward and slammed into a concrete support pillar. When rescue teams arrived, 3 passengers were already dead. Rod Chico somehow survived, but his injuries were catastrophic. Both of his legs were shattered, along with multiple ribs, his shoulder, pelvis, and lower back. The impact had folded his body nearly in half. Chico spent months in recovery learning how to walk again, while investigators uncovered serious design flaws and poor maintenance that had allowed the tragedy to happen.
Shit.
The Big Dipper disaster, 1930.
So, a lot of people sit there and talk about they don't trust carnival rides on the Midway. Well, I trust those things a lot more than amusement park rides. Because, yeah. Sometimes their maintenance checklist doesn't get done as thorough as people would actually think. But anybody that's actually worked on a Midway will tell you carnival rides are inspected every single morning. So when we have a 10 o'clock opening, yeah, we got a 9 for 10. So that means we have an hour before the gate opens to inspect our rides, and we go through a checklist. And then after that's done, a report goes straight to the office. So wear and tear, wear and tear. And these ones that are just sitting in place, that are not taken apart all the time, how often do they really get checked on? Ooh, I can honestly say that I've seen logbooks that were way out of date at amusement parks. So maybe one day I'll get back into that field. Who knows? Actually, that would have. Oh, some of the climbing I used to have to do. The heat. I don't know. Maybe. I don't think I could do that type of work anymore.
On July 24th, 1930, Krug Park in Omaha, Nebraska was packed with visitors escaping the summer heat. Families, couples, and teenagers filled the park eager to experience its most famous attraction, a towering wooden roller coaster known as the Big Dipper. The ride was simple but
The Big Dipper. Yeah, don't forget, you guys, don't forget to hit that like and subscribe. Hit that notification bell to let you know when the show is on. And if you want to help support the channel, I got the ticker on the bottom of the screen. If you're on the vertical side, you'll see it running on top. There's my Cash Apps, my PayPal, you know, here on the CARNY'S RIDE logo, right here. Let's see, there's my, those two. There's my one of my PayPals and a Cash App, and then the further right is the I think that's one of my I think that's one of the Cash Apps. I can't remember, but that's how you can donate, help the show. Also, we don't mind with the super chat, super stickers. YouTube does take that 30%. So if you want to skip it, there's all my Cash App, PayPal, whatever. If you don't mind, giving YouTube that 30%, you can hit me on the super chat, super stickers, and those actually get posted pretty quick. And read everything else. What else? On, you can also get or gift a membership starting at $4.99 and up. So we'll be doing members only videos again soon. Fucking critters. I want to go on some rides now. Yeah, me too. Oh, speaking of carnivals, is next month. I might be doing a live with the New Mexico Motorcycle Rights Organization for the Biker Down and the celebration of firefighters. There's so much going on that day. Once I get all the information and details, I'll have it up here on screen, everything like that. And we should be having a good time. So I'll probably have somebody walking around and on panel and out there doing checking out the midway. Maybe we'll do some interviews, see what people think of, the Biker Down project, the Motorcycle Rights Organization itself, the support, Motorcycle Awareness Month in May, the Motorcycle Awareness license plate that we have here. I mean, everything. So that will be awesome. You know what? As Mike Bob would say, shit. That's right. Critters, I'm glad you're kicking it, chilling with me still. Probably chilling at work. Like, what the fuck? I want to go on rides too, man. I really do. I haven't been on a good ride in a long time. Well, they're pretty much all the same now. It's just different names, different titles.
thrilling. 4 cars were connected in a train and pulled slowly up the first hill before gravity sent the riders racing down the track through sharp turns and sudden drops. That afternoon, 23 passengers climbed aboard the coaster. Among them were Gladys Lundgren, C.H. Stout, Anthony Politica, and a 15-year-old girl named Ruth Frell. As the train began its slow climb up the first hill, everything seemed completely normal. The wooden structure creaked as it had done for...
You know, that's what's crazy. What's crazy is you got to be careful being a motorcycle rider, just as much as being careful being a carny rider. It just, with the mechanics and motorization for travel, yeah. And we're always thinking about, I want to go a little bit faster. Turn it up a little bit more. Let's tweak and peak it, It's everybody's always on a zoom, 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 and they forgot about the boom, boom, boom. But let's get back to the show.
Waited for the exciting drop ahead. But hidden inside the braking mechanism, a small mechanical problem had already begun to form. A single bolt had worked loose, jamming part of the braking system and locking one of the wheels in place. As the train moved forward, the locked wheel forced the first car off the track. Without warning, the front car suddenly jumped, the rails smashed through the guardrail and plunged nearly 35 feet to the ground. The remaining 3 cars were violently dragged off the track behind it. Passengers were thrown from their seats or crushed beneath the wreckage as the cars collapsed onto the ground below. The crash sent shockwaves through the crowded park. When the chaos finally ended, 4 people were dead and 19 others were seriously injured. Thousands of horrified spectators rushed toward the wreckage, unintentionally blocking emergency crews from reaching the victims, turning the scene into one of the most devastating roller coaster disasters in American history.
Fucking disaster.
The Matterhorn Bobsleds Tragedy, 1984. Dolly Young. On January 3, 1984, Disneyland in California was filled with visitors enjoying what was supposed to be a joyful day at one of the world's most famous theme parks. Families walked through the park while music played and roller coasters roared in the distance. Towering above many of the attractions was the artificial snow-covered peak of the Matterhorn, home to one of Disneyland's most iconic rides, the Matterhorn Bobsleds. The ride sent small sled-shaped cars racing through dark tunnels inside the mountain at speeds of more than 40 miles per hour. Among the guests that day was 48-year-old Dolly Young, who had come to the park with 5 friends. When they reached the ride, Young boarded a sled alone while her friends sat in another sled on the parallel track. The ride began normally. During the ride, something went terribly wrong. Young somehow fell out of her bobsled and landed directly on the track, deep inside the dark tunnel. At high speed, Side briefly noticed a figure lying ahead, but assumed it was part of the ride, possibly a prop placed along the track. It was not. The sled struck Young at full speed, killing her instantly. The ride operators only realized something was wrong when her empty bobsled returned to the station, triggering an immediate shutdown of the attraction. The tragedy shocked both witnesses and park officials, becoming one of the most disturbing accidents ever recorded at Disneyland. The Wild Wonder Tragedy, 1999. Kimberly Bailey and Jessica Bailey. On August 28, 1999, the famous boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey, was glowing with lights as crowds filled the rides at Gillian's Wonderland Pier. The smell of food, the sound of games, and the laughter Laughter of families created the perfect summer atmosphere. Among the visitors that evening were Kimberly Bailey and her 8-year-old daughter Jessica, who had come to enjoy the attractions together. One of the rides they chose was a small steel roller coaster known as Wild Wonder. Compared to larger theme park coasters, it looked harmless. The ride used single cars that were slowly pulled up a 40-foot lift hill before gravity sent them racing through a short but thrilling track. Bailey and Jessica climbed into one of the cars and secured the safety bar as the ride began its slow climb toward the top. But hidden inside the mechanism of the car approached the top of the hill, the anti-rollback safety device suddenly failed. Without the device holding the car in place, it lost contact with the lift chain and began rolling backward down the steep track. Within seconds, the car picked up speed as it rushed toward the station below. Riders and operators had almost no time to react. The car slammed violently into the loading area at the bottom of the hill, throwing Kimberly Bailey and young Jessica from their seats. Both mother and daughter died instantly. Investigators later discovered that the park had replaced the original anti-rollback mechanism with an unapproved locally made part, and that faulty component failed when it was needed most. The Derby Racer Tragedy, 1911 to 1936. In 1911, a new roller coaster called Derby Racer opened at Revere Beach in Massachusetts. The ride was designed to be exciting and different from anything people had seen before. It featured 2 parallel tracks where trains raced side by side in a large figure 8.
Have you noticed all this are at parks? Huh. Told you guys.
Pattern. Passengers would sit in open cars and hold on as the trains sped around sharp curves and steep hills. But there was one major problem. The ride had no safety restraints, no reliable speed control. The coaster opened the first. A passenger was thrown from his car during a turn and died after only minor changes. Later that same year, another shocking death happened. The company's own treasurer climbed onto the ride to lecture passengers about safety. While standing on a team, during a ride, a man lost his hat and attempted to retrieve it while the train was still moving. Adjacent track struck him at full speed. The impact was so severe that nearly every bone in his body was broken. He died shortly afterward. The dangerous ride for decades, before finally closing in 1936, leaving behind a reputation as one of the most hazardous roller coasters ever built. To 19th Amusement District in New York. At the time, roller coasters were still relatively new attractions, and safety standards were far less developed than they are today. Rough Riders used speed moved through a sharp curve. It suddenly derailed, sending chaos through the ride. 17 passengers were thrown from the track when the cars left the rails. When the wreckage was finally cleared, 3 people had died and many others were seriously injured. Despite the tragedy, the ride was repaired and returned to operation after only minor improvements. But the danger was far from over. 5 years later, on July 27, 1915, another devastating accident occurred. 6 passengers boarded the Rough Riders train for what should have been a routine ride. As the coaster sped down a steep incline, it approached a tight curve at high speed. The motorman failed to slow the train enough before entering the turn. Onto its side nearly 30 feet in the air. Riders were thrown from the car and slammed into iron railings before crashing to the ground below. 3 passengers died from the fall, while others clung to the damaged car until rescuers arrived. After 2 deadly disasters that claimed 6 lives, the Rough Riders coaster was finally shut down and dismantled, becoming one of the earliest examples of the dangers of poorly regulated amusement rides. The Fujin Raijin 2 disaster, 2007. Yoshino Kogawara. On May 5, 2007, Expoland Amusement Park in Osaka, Japan, was packed with families celebrating Children's Day, one of the country's busiest holidays. Long lines formed in front of the park's biggest attractions, including a towering stand-up roller coaster called Fujin Raijin 2. The ride carried passengers high above the park, before racing through fast drops and sharp turns. That afternoon, 20 riders boarded the 6-car train, including 19-year-old university student Yoshino Kogawara. The ride began normally as the train climbed the lift hill and accelerated into its course. Riders laughed and screamed as the coaster rushed along the elevated track more than 130 feet above the ground. But suddenly, a loud cracking sound echoed through the structure. Something inside the train had failed. One of the wheel axles on the second car suddenly snapped, a result of severe metal fatigue that had gone unnoticed for years. Without the axle holding the wheels in place, the car violently derailed and tilted sideways as it continued moving along the track. The out-of-control car slammed into the guardrail at high speed. Kogawara was thrown against the structure and suffered fatal head injuries instantly. The damaged car dragged along the track for nearly 1,000 feet before the train finally came to a stop. 19 other passengers were injured during the terrifying incident. The investigation that followed revealed shocking negligence. The axle that failed had not been replaced for 15 years, and the park had skipped its scheduled maintenance inspection earlier that year. Engineers concluded that proper testing would have easily detected the crack before the accident occurred. After the tragedy, attendance at Expoland collapsed, and the park eventually closed permanently in 2009. The Son of Beast. Incidents 2000 to 2009. In the year 2000, Kings Island Amusement Park in Ohio unveiled what was supposed to be a record-breaking attraction. The ride was called Son of Beast, a massive wooden roller coaster designed to push the limits of speed and size. Reaching speeds of nearly 78 miles per hour, it was one of the fastest wooden coasters ever built. From the moment it opened, thousands of thrill-seekers lined up to experience its towering drops and intense twists. But almost immediately, problems began to appear. Riders started reporting that the coaster felt unusually rough and violent compared to other rides. The wooden structure shook heavily as the trains raced through the track. In 2001, several riders suffered serious injuries, including broken vertebrae and a broken neck. 2 years later, another passenger was hospitalized with severe back injuries after riding the coaster. The most alarming incident happened on July 9, 2006. That day, 27 passengers were riding the coaster when a train passed through a section of track known as the Rose Bowl. During the ride, a support beam inside the wooden structure cracked, weakening the track above it. When the next train reached the damaged section, the track suddenly sagged downward under the weight of the train, that riders later described as feeling like slam. All 27 passengers were rushed to hospitals with injuries to their necks and chests. Investigators later discovered multiple cracked and splintered support beams throughout the structure. Although the ride briefly reopened after modifications, another serious injury occurred in 2009. After years of problems and accidents, Son of Beast was permanently closed and demolished in 2012. The Cobra accident, 2022. In 2008, a roller coaster called Cobra opened at Tivoli Friheden Amusement Park in Aarhus, Denmark. The ride quickly became one of the park's most popular attractions. Its compact design sent trains racing through sharp turns and quick drops while riders were tightly secured in rows of seats. For many visitors, it was a thrilling but relatively short ride that delivered a burst of adrenaline within seconds. However, only months after opening, the coaster experienced its first serious problem. During one ride, the front car detached from the track, injuring 4 young riders who suffered fractures and concussions. After repairs and inspections, the park allowed Cobra to reopen, assuring visitors that the issue had been fixed. For more than a decade, the ride continued operating, but the underlying structural weakness had never truly disappeared. Then, on July 14th, 2022, disaster struck again. As the train moved through the track, riders suddenly felt a violent jolt and heard the sound of cracking metal. In a horrifying moment, the rear section of the train broke away from the track. The last row of seats detached and hung dangerously off the side of the coaster structure. One of the passengers, a 14-year-old girl, was thrown from the ride and suffered fatal injuries. Next to her, a 13-year-old boy survived but suffered a severe hand injury. Park staff quickly shut down the ride and evacuated the area, but the tragedy had already claimed a life. Investigators later discovered that the same type of structural flaw had caused both the earlier accident and the fatal one. The park dismantled the Cobra coaster the very next day, permanently closing the ride after 14 years of operation. The Batman Tragedy, 2008. Asia Lean Ferguson. On June 28, 2008, Six Flags Over Georgia was packed with visitors enjoying a hot summer day. The sound of screaming riders and roaring roller coasters echoed across the park. Among the crowd was 17-year-old Asia Lean Ferguson, who had come with his family and a group from his church. Like many teenagers that day, he was excited to ride the Batman, one of the park's most intense attractions. The inverted roller coaster sent riders flying through tight turns and loops, while their legs dangled freely beneath the track at speeds close to 50 miles per hour. During the ride, Ferguson's hat suddenly flew off his head and vanished somewhere below the track. At first, it seemed like a small and harmless moment, but after the ride ended, Ferguson decided he wanted it back. The hat had landed in a restricted warning signs clearly marked the area as off-limits, and 2 6-foot fences surrounded the zone to keep visitors out. Ignoring the danger, Ferguson climbed over both fences and stepped into the restricted space.
If you're Batman, does that make me the Joker? What the fuck? I think so. Maybe. Just a tiny bit. Little? Itty bitty teeny weeny.
Searching the ground for his missing hat. Above him, another train was already racing through the track with passengers screaming in excitement. The coaster approached at nearly 50 miles per hour, while Ferguson stood directly below it. He never looked up.
Hocus
But a
pocus,
split second,
pocus,
a rider's dangling foot struck Ferguson in the head with devastating force. Witnesses watched in horror as the train continued toward the station, leaving one of the most shocking amusement park tragedies behind. The Femoktipa disaster, 1972. On May 30th, 1972, a warm afternoon in London Battersea Fun Fair was overflowing with visitors. Schools had just begun their half-term break, and families filled the park looking for excitement. One of the most popular attractions was the wooden roller coaster known as the Big Dipper, a ride that had been operating since 1951. It looked simple compared to modern coasters, just 3 connected cars pulled up a steep hill by a steel cable before gravity took over. But that afternoon, something inside the aging ride was about to fail. Around 2:30 p.m., 31 passengers, most of them children and teenagers, climbed aboard the train. At the very front sat a brakeman, whose job was to manually control the braking system during the ride. The train slowly climbed the steep lift hill as riders laughed and shouted in excitement. Then suddenly, disaster struck. The haulage rope snapped. For a brief second, the train paused at the top of the hill, balanced between gravity and steel. Then it began rolling backwards. The brakeman desperately lunged for the brake lever, but nothing happened. The braking system failed to respond. The safety mechanisms that should have stopped a rollback were either broken or missing. With nothing to slow it down, the train accelerated. The train wooden track was designed to handle. The first car jumped the rails, smashed through the barrier, and plunged 15 feet to the ground. The remaining cars followed violently behind it. Passengers were thrown from their seats as the wreckage collapsed around them. When the chaos finally stopped, 5 children were dead, and 13 others were seriously injured, turning a joyful holiday afternoon into one of Britain's most devastating amusement park disasters. The hidden dangers of roller coasters. Roller coasters, nothing compares to the thrill they provide. The wind in your face, the stomach-churning drops, and the insane loops that leave you breathless. It's the ultimate rush. But what if that rush hides a dangerous truth? What if each thrilling ride comes with a dark side you've never considered? In 2016, 2 doctors, Mark Mitchell and David Wartinger, set out to prove a chilling theory. They 3 de-printed a transparent kidney and placed a stone inside. Their goal was to shake the stone loose. They rode Disneyland Railroad 20 times, each time analyzing the effects of the ride's intense forces. The results startling. In 2/3 of the attempts, the stone was expelled. This was no isolated incident. A ride so powerful, it could shake a stone out of a kidney. If that's what it can do to a fake organ, imagine what it's doing to your body.
Ooh.
These extreme forces aren't something to ignore. The same force that dislodged a stone from a 3D printed kidney can have devastating consequences for your spine bones and organs. And most riders are completely unaware of the damage they might be taking on with each twist and turn. Roller coasters are designed to thrill, but the price of that thrill could be far steeper than anyone realizes.
What?
The D-Duna roller coaster.
Maybe I shouldn't.
Tragedy, the price of adrenaline. Imagine this, you're strapping in for the ride of your life on one of the world's most intense roller coasters, the D-Duna at Fuji-Q Highland Park in Japan. This isn't just any ride. In just 1.5 seconds, it accelerates to 180 kilometers per hour, sending your heart racing, your stomach dropping, and your senses spiraling into pure adrenaline. It promises an experience unlike any other, a test of courage and excitement. But what happens next might make you question whether the thrill is worth the risk.
Is it?
In 2020, a woman took her chance on this beast of a ride. She felt the exhilarating rush, the electrifying speed, the twists and turns that seemed to defy the laws of physics. But hours later, something went terribly wrong. The pain hit her like a freight train, severe neck and chest discomfort that couldn't be ignored. She rushed to the hospital, where doctors revealed a nightmare, fractures in her neck and chest. What caused this horror? The same forces that made her heart race and her hair stand on end, the extreme acceleration of the ride. It was a high-speed crash, only without the car wreck. But the worst part, the park did nothing. They didn't shut the ride down. They didn't issue a warning.
Broken
Instead,
bone.
they claimed her spine was simply too weak to withstand the ride's intensity. No responsibility, no accountability, just another rider paying the price for a ride that was too extreme to handle. And it didn't end there. A year later, another rider got on the D-Duna, braving the same terrifying acceleration. This time, the consequences were just as dire: a severe spinal injury, the same forces wreaking havoc on his body. It took multiple accidents before the park finally decided to close the ride, but by then the damage was already done. The real question remains, how many more people would have to suffer before the park acknowledged the danger? The D-Duna roller coaster tragedy serves as a chilling reminder of the true cost of seeking thrills. How much are we really willing to risk for a few minutes of excitement? The danger is clear, but for too long, amusement parks have prioritized profits over the safety of their visitors. And while they continue to market these rides as the ultimate adrenaline rush, the real price of that thrill is becoming harder to ignore. The Smiler roller coaster disaster, a date that turned into a nightmare. You've heard the phrase, the thrill of the ride, but what happens when that thrill goes horribly wrong? In 2015, Leah Washington and her boyfriend Joe Pugh found themselves in the middle of one of the most shocking roller coaster disasters ever. They had no idea that a fun date at Alton Towers, an amusement park in the UK, would soon become a life-altering experience.
Yeah.
The couple was excited to board the Smiler, a roller coaster famous for its 14 loops and exhilarating drops. After waiting for hours in line, they were finally strapped in, ready for an adventure. But what started as an ordinary ride soon turned into an unforgettable nightmare. At the peak of a 27-meter drop, the ride suddenly came to a screeching halt. At first, Leah thought it was just a temporary glitch. But then, without warning, the ride lurched forward and collided with another stalled car on the track. The force of the impact pinned Leah's legs between the safety bar and the other car. In an instant, she lost feeling in her left leg. Emergency responders rushed to the scene and Leah was taken to the hospital, where she woke up the next day to discover the unthinkable. Most of her left leg had been amputated. Joe, her boyfriend, was left with shattered kneecaps and broken fingers. What caused this horrific accident? A computer glitch that stopped the ride, and a crucial mistake by an engineer who mistakenly restarted it, causing the collision. Alton Towers was fined £5 million and covered Leah's medical bills, but no amount of money could undo the trauma Leah would carry for the rest of her life. What was meant to be a fun, exciting date had turned into a nightmare that forever changed their lives. The terrifying thing is that these happen anywhere at any time. While the Smiler was shut down after the tragedy, the events at Alton Towers raised a disturbing question: how many more rides are out there just waiting for the next victim to step aboard? The M&D's theme park roller coaster nightmare. A horrifying fall, Imagine a day at the amusement park, a place filled with laughter, excitement, and the promise of unforgettable fun. But for one family in 2016, what was supposed to be a carefree outing at M&D's theme park in Scotland turned into a horrifying scene of terror. Paul McFadden was enjoying a day at the park when he suddenly heard a loud, ear-splitting noise. The sound was followed by screams of panic. He turned around, only to witness a nightmare unfold before his eyes. A roller coaster car had derailed and plummeted 9 meters, crashing into a nearby children's ride. Chaos erupted as people scrambled for safety. In the aftermath, 8 children and 2 adults were severely injured, many of them left with broken bones and deep lacerations. What caused this horrific accident? The roller coaster's sharp turns and faulty mechanics were believed to have led to the derailment, but no one could have predicted the sheer terror that would follow. The sight of a roller coaster car dangling helplessly, its passengers in peril, is something no one should ever have to see. Despite the gravity of the situation, the park remained open, and the roller coaster was eventually repaired and put back into operation. It's chilling to think that after such a catastrophic incident, the same ride was allowed to operate again. What does this say about the park's priorities? Profit over safety. The M&D's disaster serves as a grim reminder that the thrill of a roller coaster can come with a terrifying price. As we chase the next adrenaline rush, we must ask ourselves how many more lives will be shattered before amusement parks finally take action to put safety first. The danger is real, and it's only a matter of time before the next tragedy strikes. The Superman Tower of Power, a deadly freefall. When you think of thrills, you think of heart-stopping rides like the Superman Tower of Power at Six Flags Kentucky Kingdom. Standing 54 meters tall, this ride shoots you to the sky at speeds of 87 kilometers per hour, leaving you breathless as you soar higher and higher, only to come crashing back down in a freefall descent. One 13-year-old girl, that rush turned into a horrifying nightmare. On June 21st, 2007, Caitlin Lasser and her friend hopped on the Superman Tower of Power for what they thought would be just another exhilarating ride. But this time, something went terribly wrong. As the ride reached the peak, a strange noise like a whip cracking echoed through the air. Then everything started to shake. Cables once secure began falling. The ride continued to descend, but Caitlin and her friend weren't laughing anymore. They were screaming for help. Moments later, disaster struck. Cables wrapped around Caitlin's legs, and within seconds, her life was changed forever. The malfunction caused the cables to severely crush both of her lower legs. Doctors were able to save her right leg, but Caitlin's left leg had to be amputated. The cause of the incident: faulty maintenance. The park operators had failed to properly maintain the cables, and they had mistakenly applied cornstarch to them instead of the recommended cotton rag to prevent slippage. But the tragedy didn't stop there. Even worse, the ride operator had been on the phone during the malfunction, delaying the emergency stop. This horrifying event begs the question: how can we trust these rides when maintenance is so easily overlooked? What happened to safety over thrill? Caitlin's life was changed forever, but the park didn't seem to learn from their mistake. While these rides continue to operate, Caitlin's tragedy serves as a chilling reminder that the cost of excitement can be more than anyone ever expects.
It costs you an arm and a leg.
The drop tower disaster, the ride that went wrong. There's nothing quite like the feeling of plummeting toward the ground at high speed, the ultimate rush for thrill seekers. The drop tower at Great America Amusement Park in Santa Clara, California, promises just that, a drop from 63 meters with speeds reaching up to 97 kilometers per hour. It's one of those rides that tests your limits, giving you a brief moment of free fall that feels like eternity. But for 12-year-old Joshua
180
Smurfett,
some feet.
what was supposed to be a fun thrill turned into a tragedy that no one could have predicted. On August 23, 1999, Joshua boarded the drop tower with his family, excited for the ride that would send him soaring to the sky. But as the ride began to ascend, something went horribly wrong. When it reached the top, the safety bar that was supposed to hold Joshua in place forward, eventually tumbling out of the seat. In a horrifying twist, Joshua fell headfirst and landed on the ground, tragically passing away from the impact.
Jeez.
The cause of this devastating accident was a malfunction with the safety restraint system. Witnesses reported that the staff had failed to properly check the safety restraints before the ride started. What's even more chilling is that this wasn't just an isolated failure. It was a glaring oversight that led to a young boy's death right before the eyes of his family. How could something...
We should just all live in fear and stay in a padded room where nothing can go wrong and never have fun. Damn. And you know, you're talking to yourself. And then you start thinking about other crazy stuff that you could do. And then all of a sudden you're bouncing off all those padded walls. And then you're laughing. And you're having a good time. Oh, wait, never mind. Next.
So horrifying happened on a ride designed to thrill. What went wrong in the safety protocols that allowed a child to fall out? Joshua's death is a tragic reminder of how a simple mistake can lead to irreversible consequences. And even more unsettling, why did it take such a tragedy to expose the glaring flaws in ride safety? It's a wake-up call for all amusement parks. Safety should always come before thrill.
You know, it's funny. This is where I would say, but did you die? But apparently he did, so I'm sorry. That threw my fucking ass off. That's just funny as fuck, ain't it? Back to the show.
The River Rapids tragedy, a fun ride turned fatal. It seemed like the perfect day for a family outing. Sun-shining smiles all around, and a classic amusement park experience on the River Rapids ride at Drayton Manor Park in the UK. The ride, known for its gentle twists and splashes, was meant to be a fun, safe way for families to cool off and enjoy each other's company. But for 11-year-old Eva Janeth, this seemingly innocent ride would turn into a tragic story that would haunt everyone involved. On May 9th, 2017, Eva joined her classmates for a school. He eagerly jumped into a 6-person inflatable boat ride. Something went horribly wrong. Eva decided to swap seats with another child, and that small movement caused the boat to tilt dangerously. Within seconds, the boat flipped over, and Eva was thrown into the water. Visitors around her heard the horrifying sound of a scream as Eva went under, unable to surface due to the boat's position and the strong current pulling her down. Despite the quick rescue efforts, it was too late. Eva's life was tragically lost in just a few moments. What makes this story even more chilling is that this wasn't the first time something had gone wrong on similar rides. In fact, just a few years earlier, Eva's mother, Vicky Tracy, had witnessed her own son, Patrick, almost drown on a similar ride at the same park. Thankfully, Patrick was saved, but this wasn't enough to prompt serious action. Despite the previous fatal incident to take before amusement parks take their responsibility seriously. How many more families will be forced to live with the unimaginable pain of losing a loved one, all because the park failed to prioritize safety over profit? The World Carnival Ferris Wheel Disaster 2007.
Oh no.
A family's tragic fall. Amusement parks are supposed to bring joy, laughter, and thrilling adventures. But for one family visiting the World Carnival in Busan, South Korea on August 13, 2007, their fun day turned into a nightmare that no one could have ever anticipated. It all started with a simple ride on the Ferris wheel, a towering 66-meter structure that promised a peaceful, scenic view of the park. But what they didn't know was that this ride would soon be the most terrifying experience of their lives. As the Ferris wheel turned, the family was seated in one of the compartments, oblivious to the horror that was about to unfold. Suddenly, the wheel stopped unexpectedly, leaving the compartment dangling mid-air. The weight of the passengers caused the glass window to crack under pressure. Without warning, 5 members of the family plunged to the ground from a height of about 20 meters, falling to their deaths.
60.
Only 2 of the passengers managed to cling on, surviving the horror. The tragedy was caused by a single improperly installed screw, a tiny component that led to the catastrophic failure of the entire system. The screw had blocked the mechanism that was supposed to keep the cabin in a vertical position during rotation.
So they're saying that the screw was loose?
With deadly consequences.
The screw?
The ride, which was meant to be an innocent, fun experience, became a gruesome scene of death and devastation. The police investigation revealed that no one at the park had been arrested or held accountable for the fatal error. The ride's failure was a result of negligence and shoddy maintenance, and yet no one paid the price. This haunting tragedy raises a crucial question: how many more lives will be lost before amusement parks take safety seriously? For the family who lost 5 members in that horrific fall, it was a reminder that even the simplest rides safety is ignored. That looks exciting, but deep down it's a ticking time bomb. That was the reality for those who climbed aboard the Chimera roller coaster at La Feria Amusement Park in Mexico in 2019. Originally built in 1984, this coaster had already experienced a troubled past before it ever made its way to Mexico. And when the ride malfunctioned in the most horrifying way, it revealed the terrifying secrets hidden beneath its shiny exterior. The Chimera was a legend in its own right, a triple-loop roller coaster that had thrilled riders around the world. But in September 2019, disaster struck.
Oh shit.
The last car of the ride derailed, crashing into a metal structure and falling to the ground from a height of 9 meters. 2 young men were killed instantly, while 2 women were seriously injured. The cause: it wasn't just a freak accident, it was a failure in the ride's design coupled with years of poor maintenance. The train was moving at an excessive speed, and the ride had been overhauled multiple times, but it was never properly rebuilt from scratch. Parts from different rides had been pieced together to form the Chimera, creating a Frankenstein of a coaster that was doomed from the start. But the chilling truth doesn't stop there. The Chimera had been sold and rebuilt multiple times, first in Germany, then Malaysia, and finally London, before making its way to Mexico. Each time it was moved, it was patched up, but never fully re-engineered. And after the deadly accident, what did the park do? They didn't tear it down. They simply moved it to another park, continuing to expose innocent riders to the same dangerous risks. This story raises the haunting question: how many more rides like the Chimera are still out there lurking in amusement parks, ready to claim more victims? Despite the tragedy, the ride was allowed to continue operating. The Cobra Ride Disaster 2022, trapped in a roller coaster's deadly grip. Sometimes it's the rides you least expect that end up costing lives. The Cobra at Tivoli Friheden in Denmark promised a thrilling experience with its 25-meter height and 70 kilometers per hour speed. But on a fateful day in 2022, what was supposed to be an exciting day of fun quickly became a tragic nightmare. On that day, the last two seats of the Cobra roller coaster derailed, slamming into the ride's railings and trapping the passengers in a nightmarish position. The screams of the riders
If a red makes it, Mexico just stay off that one. If a ride is made in Mexico, I don't know. Stay off that. Well, you can actually find the manufacturing plate on any carnival ride. Gives you the information on where the manufacturer itself, where they're located, and everything else. And if it happens to be a subcontractor on a show, or well, here this is all amusement parks, so I don't know. They already hide all kinds of shit, so they'd probably hide the manufacturing plate and all that too. Oh, sorry.
echoed through the park as they were helplessly stuck, unable to move. When rescuers finally arrived, they discovered the shocking truth.
Hey,
One
Blink.
of the passengers,
How are you?
a 14-year-old girl, had tragically died, while her 13-year-old companion was left seriously
We're
injured.
watching not carnival rides, but more amusement park rides, tragedies, stuff like that. Let's see, critters. Yeah, it's true. They take all the crap shit. Takes, yeah, because if it comes to manufacturing, like here, bringing stuff here to the States, yeah, once it gets demolished, it gets demolished. Unless you can find another manufacturing company that will sit there and actually restructure it. So, and even when they do that, there's so much into it. Fun, laugh out loud. Rides scare me. Very rarely will I get on one after seeing a bunch of hell online. Well, that's what we're watching. We're watching all kinds of fails and bad stories on some of these roller coaster rides and stuff like that, and how I feel about amusement park rides versus traveling carnival rides.
A mechanical failure. Something that should have never happened on a ride designed for fun. This wasn't the first time the Cobra had caused concern. Just a few years earlier, in 2008, a similar incident occurred. Back then, 4 passengers suffered bone fractures and concussions, but the park did nothing to shut the...
Hey, you guys, and don't forget to give those thumbs up. Get those up. I'd much appreciate it. Don't cost nothing. But if you do want to spend your money, just send it to my Cash App, PayPal, Super Chat, Super Stickers. Even get your own or gift out a membership. So
ride down. They brushed it off and allowed the dangerous ride to continue operating. It's chilling to think that despite these earlier warnings, the park allowed this tragedy to happen. What does it take for an amusement park to take action and prioritize safety for the 14-year-old girl who lost her life that day, and for the countless others who've been hurt on rides like the Cobra? The answer is painfully clear. The pursuit of thrills can quickly turn deadly when safety takes a back seat, and no one should have to pay that price. The Jetline Disaster 2023, when fun turns to tragedy. Amusement parks are meant to be filled with joy, but for the unsuspecting visitors of the Jetline roller coaster in Sweden, the day turned into a nightmare. Known for its impressive 30-meter height and speeds of 90 kilometers per hour, the Jetline had been thrilling visitors for years.
How's that song go? Love is like a roller coaster, baby, baby.
Until the unthinkable happened on a summer's day in 2023. With 14 passengers on board, everything seemed fine as the ride started its usual loop. But without warning, the first car of the train uncoupled from the rest and derailed, sending the train crashing off the tracks. The chaos was instantaneous. While 4 people were miraculously unharmed, 9 ground from a height of 9. Tragically, one 35-year-old woman did not survive the fall. The cause, a mechanical failure, the uncoupling of the first car from the train, a malfunction that should never have happened. The park, which had long boasted about the safety of its rides, had failed to properly inspect and maintain Jetline. The same ride that had been an icon of the park's attraction was now a deadly reminder of the consequences of neglect. What makes this even more terrifying is the fact that the Jetline had been in operation for years without a major incident until that fateful day. It raises the unsettling question, how many more accidents will it take before amusement parks take maintenance and safety seriously? While the park eventually shut down the ride after the tragedy, the damage was done. The Jetline disaster serves as a chilling reminder that the line between thrilling fun and deadly danger is thinner than we think. The Knott's Berry Farm Tragedy 2001. A family day turned fatal. Amusement parks are supposed to be fun, a place where families create happy memories. But for Lori Mason Lors and her children, a fun day at Knott's Berry Farm in California turned into an unimaginable tragedy.
Not so fun day.
On September 21st, 2001, Lori and her family were invited to a private party at the park, looking forward to a day of laughter and excitement. But one ride, the Perilous Plunge, would forever change their lives. The ride, standing 37 meters tall, was designed to give riders the ultimate thrill, rising high, before sending them plummeting at 80 kilometers per hour into a pool below. Lori, who was 177 centimeters tall and weighed 128 kilograms, noticed that the safety belts seemed a bit short, but she decided to ride anyway. For what?
Oh. What the fuck? Let's see, anything else? Do. Dog in background. Just barking away. Channel Stack Show. Biker boot girls up his bike on video. What do you think she did? I have no clue. I didn't see. See, Realty. Krista Marie. Is she on right now? 4 minutes ago.
Not her fucking. They were not even in. That wasn't even her fucking emergency contact. I know it's her parent, but they were like estranged. She wasn't living there. That wasn't her address. Yeah, he went and helped her fucking in the car. I get it. Like it must be horrible that your daughter's gone. But like your lifestyle, sir, is kind of weird. You're a techie guy. You know, we don't know what she does for a living, but she's something with tech, something with computers, got $100,000 in the bank, and a fucking Range Rover. We don't know what she does though.
We don't know.
But there's a bed in that room, and unmentionables they call them.
All I can tell you is he's scared. That's his own words.
It's weird. Like, scared for what, dude?
He's scared because he knows that he fucked with the phones, and I'm telling you, he's done.
Like why hide? What are you hiding? He really thinks that what she did is something like something that nobody's heard of. It is so common to be like an escort or a sugar mama or whatever it's called, sugar baby.
And he's focusing so hard on disproving like the hair in Ethan's hand. He's like, "Oh, it was only a couple of strands."
So what? Where'd it come
But
from?
it wasn't though. It was patches of multiple people's hair.
Really?
Yeah.
We see
So all
it.
those people are like, "I can't believe you're blaming the victim, Willie." Well, fucking, I'm following the evidence, bitches.
Just like we weren't supposed to be versus I would let Dylan invest in role with it too, right?
That's a victim blaming.
Fuck those two bitches.
Get out of here.
You didn't call 911. You admitted to hearing your fucking roommate scream. There's somebody in the house running for her life, as you say. Sounds like you said the fucking Jack D. Running for her life. Oh my God, the guy.
I just find it crazy how both of them called, or one of them called their parents at 8:30, and then those parents didn't call the cops. That's sketchy.
I know. How do you hear this? You mean to tell me Zana, who's a fucking gymnast,
She saw it.
who fought for her fucking life,
She saw it.
is
Dude.
so loud. Yeah, I know. And like you could.
Let's see. Oh yeah, here we go. Let's see. We did the a great debate. We start on that. And what does she do? Let's go see. Past live streams. It's only that one. She pushed out any videos since then. 2 months ago. So nope. Candace hasn't even spoke about the debate, huh? That's crazy. All right. What about the Powder Dusty? I know he's been following her too, or not following her, but he wants to see that debate. He covered it too. So we got Speakeasy up there. Oh, what was going on over here? Cat's on Rick Andrew.
Candace and the Patsy connection. That was a weird one. And friends,
Yeah.
I'll say this, okay? Thank you very much, Mr. Flow State, for being on the show.
Thank you for having me.
I will announce this before the festivities start, okay? personal goes 5 minutes to the back, and then 10, and then 20, and then gone. Okay, from both. Is that fair? For everybody, because I've been watching y'all adventures on the last.
Yeah. Clarify what constitutes as personal.
So let me do this, right?
Not
You throw a
general.
pot shot, the other person responds. The person that threw the pot shot and the person that responds go to the back. If you throw a pot shot and the other person doesn't respond, only the person that
He's usually already smiling. I could see that coming. All right, I'll get to this later.
So I will challenge y'all to be smart. If somebody threw a pot shot,
I like
that,
fatty.
Right? I will say this, right? Be smart about it. If somebody throws a pot shot, don't retaliate. Go to the ref and say, "Ref, do you saw what he did?" And all of a sudden you are protected. Okay? Please let's continue the show. It's been a good show. I don't want y'all
You
to
can
like, go
cover
fight
it.
in Texas, in Canada, whatever. Not to be here. Thank you very much. Okay.
Whole purpose from being in this panel. But go ahead.
No, and that's for you too, Marte, because you
hey, ref, that was a pot shot.
No, I'm good.
There we go.
Ref, it starts
Sorry.
now. Okay, it starts now.
Okay.
So this is. I'm going to give this to Andrew. I don't know why Candace actually did this shit. I really don't. Right? Because like I said, it looked like both of them did a lot of strong claims before the debate, and then when they sat on that chair, they were like, did I say? I don't know about it. Right? So we're going to start with this one, the Petsy connection. Okay, let's start with this one.
Ooh.
The idea
Yeah, 74 band circus
his is the most
freaks
creative
that
and the
actually
information that I shared on my platform is true,
existed.
that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most
Welcome to the Mystery and History channel. Be sure to subscribe and like so you don't miss
What
out on videos like this
what?
one.
All right.
Behind the lights of old circuses and sideshows were real people with stories so remarkable that some of them still echo in famous pop culture characters such as Shrek, Chewbacca, and Pepper from American Horror Story. In this video, you will meet performers who turned physical differences, rare skills, and
Odyssey.
lives full of challenges into fame, survival, and stage presence, crossing the late 19th century and the first half of the 20th century. And by the end, you will see that these paths go far beyond curiosity. They reveal talent, exploitation, courage, and a surprising side of history that helped shape movies, television, and popular imagination. Joseph Merrick was born in 1862 in Leicester, England, and became known worldwide by the nickname Elephant Man, used in advertisements from that period. He had severe physical deformities tied to a rare condition, today often linked to Proteus syndrome, which shaped his life and defined how the public saw him. During part of his journey, he was exhibited in fairs and circuses, gaining attention, but also facing constant exposure and prejudice. Over time, his situation changed when he began receiving medical and social support at the London Hospital, where he found a more protected environment for his final years. His story inspired the movie The Elephant Man from 1980 and is still remembered as a portrait of dignity, empathy, and the contradictions of the Curiosity Show era. Mirandajo, the stage name of Arnold Garrett Henskes, was born on August 6, 1912, in Rotterdam, in the Netherlands, and became known in several countries for performances considered extreme, in which he allowed sharp objects to pass through his body in front of audiences. His apparent resistance to pain and injury made his name one of the most discussed among unusual exhibition performers of the time, astonishing both crowds and specialists. His performances drew the attention of doctors and researchers who watched demonstrations and even recorded X-ray exams in an attempt to understand how it was possible. Dajo credited the act to spiritual principles and claimed that the object caused no real suffering, strengthening the mystery around his image even more. In 1948, after one of his performances, he suffered health complications and died, ending a path that remains remembered as one of the most mysterious and debated of the 20th century, often cited by curious viewers, researchers, and works devoted to unusual phenomena. Lalu Ramparsad was born around 1874 in northern India and became known in sideshows because of a rare condition that drew major public attention. He had a parasitic twin attached to his chest area, a condition that entertainment businessmen turned into a public attraction. While still young, he was taken to Europe and then to the United States, performing in circuses, curiosity museums, and companies such as Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey. In 1905, during a tour in Mexico, he died after a railroad incident, ending a life tied to public curiosity, exotic marketing, and debates about the limits of old sideshows. Prince Randian was born in 1871 in British Guiana and became known in the show circuit as the Snake Man or the Human Torso, nicknames that reflected the curiosity of the public at the time far more than his real identity. He had a rare congenital condition that affected the development of his arms and legs, but that did not stop him from building a strong and lasting career with famous companies such as Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey. During performances, he drew attention by lighting a cigarette without help and showing impressive body control, turning skill, discipline, and stage presence into the center of his attraction. In 1932, he appeared in the movie Freaks, directed by Todd Browning, a production that helped preserve a rare record of that world and expanded his visibility with the public. Randian continued performing for many years, leaving his name tied to one of the most singular presences of the old curiosity show era. Josephine Myrtle Corbin was born in 1868 in the state of Texas, United States, and became known as one of the most notable entertainers of her time because of a rare condition called dipagus, which affected the formation of the lower part of the body and resulted in unusual physical traits. Researchers believe this change happened because of an abnormal fusion of embryonic tissue early in pregnancy. Even though she had only one fully functional leg, Josephine began performing in circuses and traveling fairs while still young, in a period when people with rare conditions were displayed as attractions, something now viewed critically because it involved exploitation and prejudice. Her participation in these events made her name spread across the country, turning her into a widely recognized figure in the late 19th century. And her story left important records of how these people were treated, observed, and represented in the cultural setting of her time. Jean Libera gained attention in early 20th century sideshows because of a rare condition connected to a parasitic twin named Jacques, joined to his chest and abdomen area. Born in Rome around 1884, he traveled through the United States in curiosity performances, working with companies such as Barnum and Bailey and Dreamland Circus Sideshow. His image combined a rare medical case, visual marketing, and public fascination, showing how entertainment of the time turned bodily differences into spectacle. Libera also married and had 4 children, a detail that reinforces a life path far beyond the figure exploited on stage. Joe Martin Lorello was born in 1886 in Germany and became famous for an extremely unusual ability, turning his head up to 180 degrees, a feat linked to uncommon flexibility in the joints of his neck. In 1921, he moved to the United States looking for work in entertainment and began performing with the Barnum and Bailey Circus, one of the biggest companies of the time. His act had a strong effect on audiences because it seemed rare and almost unbelievable, quickly turning him into a widely discussed attraction in shows and public exhibitions. In 1940, Life magazine documented his performance in an illustrated feature, spreading his fame even further across the country. Lorello continued working for decades in circuses, fairs, and theaters, leaving his name among the most unusual performers of the sideshow era until his death in 1955. Bill Dirks was born on April 13, 1913, in Jasper, Alabama, and became known in sideshows as the Man with 3 Eyes. He had a rare condition described as frontonasal dysplasia, linked to changes in the face, palate, and nose, while the famous third eye was painted on to strengthen the poster effect. While still young, he entered the traveling show circuit and worked with attractions such as Ripley's Believe It or Not, James E. Straight's shows, and Hubert's Museum. He married Mildred Dirks, also a performer, and the two performed together for years. Bill died on May 7, 1975, in Gibsonton, Florida, leaving a path tied to adaptation, visibility, and 20th century popular entertainment. Ella Harper was born in 1870 in the state of Tennessee in the United States and became known on posters as the Camel Girl, a nickname created to highlight her appearance and the way she moved. She had genu recurvatum, a rare condition that makes the knees bend backward, allowing her to walk on all fours with ease and draw attention during public demonstrations. This unusual feature brought Ella into the circus and fair circuit in the 1880s, a time when attractions like this were heavily promoted. In advertisements, she was presented as the most wonderful curiosity of nature, wording typical of the period to attract crowds. Her story is remembered as an example of how performers with rare conditions were turned into spectacle, while also finding on those stages a chance for work and visibility. Pip and Flip were twins born with microcephaly, a condition that affects the development of the skull and brain, resulting in a smaller head and more childlike features. They were promoted as the Twins of Yucatan, and it was said that they came from the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico, although they lived and performed in the United States. In the early decades of the 20th century, they worked in circuses and sideshows, where they became known for their kindness and the natural way they interacted with audiences. They gained attention after appearing in the movie Freaks from 1932, directed by Todd Browning, which featured real performers from that circuit. Later, their image was also mentioned as an inspiration for the character Pepper in the series American Horror Story, Freak Show. Their story is often remembered as a picture of public fascination and the difficulties faced by performers with rare conditions in the era of curiosity shows. Daisy and Violet Hilton were born in 1908 in Brighton, England, joined at the hip and sharing part of their circulatory system. Adopted by Mary Hilton, they were taken into the sideshow circuit while still children, where they began performing and gained attention with singing and dancing acts. Over time, the pair achieved international fame, traveling widely and becoming one of the most recognized names in this type of entertainment. Years later, they sought a more private routine and lived quietly away from the stage. The sisters died in 1969 during the Hong Kong flu period, leaving a story marked by early fame, stage exploitation, and the search for a more independent life outside the circus circuit. Frances O'Connor was born without arms and, from a very young age, learned to use her feet as her main tools for doing daily tasks independently. With practice, she developed impressive precision, managing to eat, drink, write, sew, and handle many objects without help, which drew public attention. At age 15, she joined the Ringling Brothers Circus and performed alongside her mother, who traveled with her and managed her career. On stage, her act often turned ordinary activities into demonstrations of control and coordination, such as cutting and eating a steak or writing a letter in front of the audience. Over time, she established her place in the circuit not only because of the curiosity created by her performances, but also because of her discipline, independence, and the way she built an entire routine around the skill of her own feet. Maximo and Bartola, promoted as the Aztec Children, were Salvadoran siblings born in the early 1840s who had microcephaly, a condition that affected the development of the skull and brain. While still children, they were taken into the exhibition circuit and presented in the United States and Europe under an invented story that linked them to a supposed lost Aztec civilization. This false story was used to attract public curiosity and give the show a scientific feel. Their path reveals how sideshows mixed exploitation, marketing, and limited knowledge, turning people with rare conditions into symbols of 19th century entertainment. Violetta was the stage name of Aloysia Wagner, a German performer born on March 24, 1907, in Bremen-Hamelingen, who was born without arms and legs because of tetra amelia syndrome. At age 17, she arrived in the United States to work at the Dreamland Circus Sideshow in Coney Island, where she was advertised under promotional names tied to her physical condition. Her performances showed her ability to move, comb her hair, dress herself, sew, and handle objects with her mouth, going beyond the curiosity created by the posters. After working in attractions connected to Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey, she returned to Germany and died on August 11, 1973, leaving a path marked by adaptation, independence, and spectacle. Schlitzie was born in 1901 in the United States and became known on posters and advertisements by the stage name Star of Freaks, a phrase now viewed critically because it repeats offensive terms common in that period. He had microcephaly, a condition linked to a smaller skull and possible limitations in cognitive development. In the early decades of the 20th century, Schlitzie traveled through circuses and touring shows, performing dance numbers, choreographed movements, and small comic scenes that made him widely recognized by audiences. In 1932, he appeared in the movie Freaks, directed by Todd Browning, playing himself and expanding his visibility beyond the stage. His path remained tied to old variety shows, representing one of the best-known presences in that world, and an important record of how those performers were seen by the public of the time. The life of Grady Franklin Stiles Jr. began on June 26, 1937, in Pennsylvania, in a family marked by ectrodactyly, a hereditary condition that affected hands and feet. On sideshow posters, he became known as Lobster Boy, a nickname created from the claw-like appearance of his hands and feet. While still a child, he entered the circus circuit with his father, and years later also performed with two of his children under the name The Lobster Family. The career brought income and fame, but his personal life was marked by family conflict and a legal case in 1978. Grady died on November 29, 1992, in Gibsonton, Florida, leaving a story marked by fame, exploitation, and the contradictions of old curiosity shows. Fanny Mills was born on August 30, 1860, in Sussex, England, and moved with her family to Sandusky, Ohio, in the United States when she was still a child. She lived with Milroy disease, a rare condition of the lymphatic system that causes extreme swelling in the legs and feet, leading her to need enormous shoes, advertised at the time as size 29. Between 1885 and 1892, she appeared in circuses and curiosity museums, where she was promoted as the woman with the largest feet in the world. A publicity rumor tied to a fake advertisement promised $5,000 and even a farm to anyone who married her, which helped increase her fame. In 1886, she married William L. Brown, and after leaving the stage, lived quietly on the family farm until her death in 1899. Natalia and Aurora Jaramillo were sisters from Albuquerque, New Mexico, and became known in early 20th century sideshows because of microcephaly, a condition that reduces the size of the skull and can affect development. Promoted on posters through an exotic story created for audiences, they were placed into a false narrative that exploited fascination with ancient peoples and appearances considered unusual. In fairs and circuses, they performed simple acts such as singing, dancing, and interacting with the audience, becoming recognized figures in the traveling circuit. Their path shows how these shows mixed curiosity, marketing, and limited science, while also revealing the dilemmas of dignity and representation faced by performers with rare conditions. Johnny Eck was born on August 27, 1911, in Baltimore, in the United States, with sacral agenesis, a condition that prevents the development of the lower part of the body. From an early age, he learned to adapt and developed exceptional strength and coordination in his arms and hands, allowing quick movements and great precision. Between the 1930s and 1950s, he became one of the most recognized sideshow attractions, performing by walking on his hands, doing acrobatics, and taking part in sports activities, including adapted basketball games. In 1932, he appeared in the movie Freaks, which expanded his visibility and established his name beyond traveling stages. Johnny also explored other artistic fields, working with painting, sculpture, puppets, and musical acts, even conducting small local groups. His path stands out as one of the most versatile chapters of 20th century curiosity shows, bringing together stage presence, creativity, and a wide range of skills developed throughout his life. Jeannie Tomaini, born Bernice Smith on August 23, 1916 in Indiana, entered the sideshow circuit as a baby because she was born without legs and measured about 2 feet 6 inches tall. On stage, she became known by a promotional name created to highlight her condition, performing acrobatic acts that emphasized balance, strength, and body control. In the 1930s, she met Al Tomaini, a very tall performer, and the two married in 1936, then traveled together with publicity based on the physical contrast between the couple. After years in circuses and fairs, the couple settled in Gibsonton, Florida, where they opened businesses, adopted daughters, and became an important part of the local circus community. Chang and Eng Bunker were born on May 11, 1811, in Siam, present-day Thailand, joined by a band of tissue in the chest area. Taken to the United States in 1829, they became known worldwide as conjoined brothers, a more appropriate phrase to describe their condition. After years in fairs and theaters, they settled in Mount Airy, North Carolina, where they bought land, worked as farmers, and built families. They married the sisters Adelaide and Sarah Yates and had 21 children in total, alternating time between two homes. Both died on January 17, 1874, leaving lives that passed through spectacle, medicine, and family routine in the 19th century. Grace McDaniels was born in 1888 in the United States and ended up being promoted on posters with an offensive nickname tied to her facial appearance, often recorded as the mule-faced woman. She had Sturge-Weber syndrome, a rare condition marked by blood vessel malformations and large birthmarks on the skin, which drew attention in a time of strong public curiosity. In the 1930s, she joined Harry Lewiston's circus and quickly became one of the best-known attractions in the circuit. Grace traveled with her son Elmer and used her performance work to support her family, keeping up an intense schedule of tours and exhibitions. Her story is often cited to show how people with rare conditions found in the circus an alternative source of income and visibility during the sideshow era, becoming an important part of that kind of spectacle. George and Willie Muse were born in the late 19th century in the community of Truvine, near Roanoke, Virginia, and had oculocutaneous albinism.
Roanoke.
Around 1899, they were taken by an agent connected to the circus circuit and began being exhibited under publicity names such as Eco and Ambassadors from Mars, strategies used to create mystery and attract audiences. In October 1927, when Ringling Brothers returned to Roanoke, their mother, Harriet Muse, managed to find them again and filed a lawsuit that resulted in freedom, owed payment, and fairer agreements. After that, the two continued performing for years, but under better conditions and with more control over their own careers, until they retired from the circuit. The brothers' story became a strong symbol of family resistance and exposes the injustice, racism, and exploitation that marked many sideshows of that period. Frank Lentini was born on May 18, 1889, in Rossellini, Sicily, and arrived in the United States while still a child, where he turned his rare condition into a long artistic career. Born with 3 legs because of a parasitic twin, he was advertised as the three-legged man and the great Lentini, drawing attention not only for his unusual appearance, but also for his charm on stage. In his performances, he talked with the audience, answered questions, and even used his extra leg to kick balls, creating a skilled and lighthearted act. Throughout his career, he worked with companies such as Ringling Brothers, Barnum and Bailey, and Buffalo Bills Wild West. He remained active for decades and died on September 21, 1966, in Jackson, Tennessee. Millie and Christine McCoy were born on July 11, 1851, in Columbus County, North Carolina, joined at the lower spine and born into a context of enslavement. While still small children, they were taken for exhibitions at fairs, but later achieved international recognition as the Carolina Twins, performing singing, dancing, and stage acts in the United States and Europe. Throughout their lives, they studied languages and music and won important audiences, turning a childhood marked by exploitation into a highly recognized career. The sisters died on October 8, 1912, when their names were already part of the cultural memory of 19th century shows, between artistic talent, resistance, and historical contradictions. Maurice Tillet was born on October 23, 1903, in Russia, and from a young age he began showing signs of acromegaly, a condition that changes the growth of bones and tissues and would later shape his most recognizable features. In the 1930s, he moved to France and then went to the United States, where he entered professional wrestling and became known as a dominant heavyweight. At the height of his career, he was known as the French Angel and won the American Wrestling Association world title in 1940, becoming one of the most talked about figures in the sport at that time. Outside the ring, he was described as cultured and studious with a strong interest in languages, literature, and writing, which added contrast between his powerful appearance and intellectual personality. Before his death in 1954, he allowed molds to be made of his face, which later became pieces preserved in museums and collections. Decades later, his appearance was often mentioned as a possible inspiration for Shrek's look, and Maurice Tillet became known to many as the real figure linked to the famous movie character, although that connection has never been officially confirmed by the studio. Priscilla Bajano, born Priscilla Roman on April 26, 1911, in Bayamon, Puerto Rico, entered the sideshow circuit as a child because of hypertrichosis, which caused excessive hair growth on the body, and hyperdontia, with 2 rows of teeth. Promoted by a show nickname on posters, she performed for decades in fairs, carnivals, and attractions such as Ripley's Believe It or Not. In 1938, she married Emmett Bajano, also known by a striking stage name, and the two began being advertised together on tours. Priscilla also appeared in productions such as Carney and documentaries about the circus world, maintaining her public presence into old age. She died on February 5, 2001, in Tampa after a lifetime shaped by the stage, fame, and resilience. Cuckoo, promoted on posters as the Bird Girl, was born in 1880 in the state of Georgia in the United States and was associated with Virchow-Seckel syndrome, a rare condition that affects growth and can change the proportions of the face and body, described at the time with terms now seen as stigmatizing. It was linked to short stature, a smaller skull, a recessed jaw, and a narrow nose, features that became the focus in the context of old curiosity shows. She began her career in circuses and turned her unique traits into the center of her performances, building a recognizable persona. On stage, she wore feathered costumes, feathered headpieces, and used bird-inspired movements, creating dances with fast, expressive gestures that held the audience's attention. Over time, she became a popular sideshow attraction of the early 20th century, marked by her own style, stage presence, and the creative way she built her name on stage. Ely Bowen was born on October 14, 1844, in Richland County, Ohio, in the United States, with phocomelia of the lower limbs, a condition that made his feet connect directly to his hip area. While still young, he developed great arm strength and learned to move with the support of his hands, turning this adaptation into impressive acrobatics. Promoted on stage for his unusual physical skill, he performed in circuses and sideshows for decades, including companies such as Barnum and Bailey. His most famous act involved climbing and balancing on top of a pole, showing rare body control. Bowen also built a family, had 4 children, and remained active into old age, dying on May 4, 1924, in Coney Island. Stanislaus Berendt was born on November 24, 1901, in Pittsburgh, in the United States, and gained attention as Celo, the Seal Boy. He had phocomelia, a rare condition that affected the formation of his arms, leaving his hands close to his shoulders, something exploited on posters of the time because of a resemblance to a seal. Before fame, he sold newspapers until entering the sideshow circuit, performing for decades, especially in Coney Island. On stage, he showed skill by sawing boxes, shaving himself, and shaping small clay figures. He retired in 1976 and died in 1980, leaving a career tied to adaptation, independence, and old curiosity shows. Robert Huddleston, known as Pony Boy, was born in 1895 near Excelsior Springs, Missouri, with an advanced form of congenital genu recurvatum, a condition that prevented an upright posture and made him move on his hands and feet. Before entering traveling entertainment, he worked on the family farm with wood and in manual trades, developing unusual strength in his arms and shoulders. Later, he worked in fairs and circuses, performing strength and flexibility acts with companies such as the Tom Mix Circus. After 36 years in exhibitions, he retired in Fremont, where he lived privately until his death in 1970. Fedor Yevtichev was born in 1868 in Russia and became known on posters as Jojo, the dog-faced boy, a nickname created to attract audiences and shape his image for decades. He had hypertrichosis, a rare condition that causes excessive hair growth on the face and body, and this brought him into the traveling show circuit at a very young age. While still young, he began performing in Phineas Taylor Barnum's circus, where he became one of the most talked about and widely promoted attractions on tour. Over time, his story became an important reference among 19th century curiosity performers. In later popular comparisons, his appearance was even mentioned as a distant inspiration for Chewbacca's look in Star Wars, showing how these figures continue to echo in pop culture long after the old stages. In 1917, Pascual Pignon, advertised as the Two-Headed Mexican, traveled across the United States with an act that drew crowds and fed public curiosity. He had an unusual formation in the head area that was presented as resembling a second face, an effect circus managers strengthened with a wax mold to increase the visual impact. Within the sideshow circuit, the performance became one of the most talked about of the period, repeated in posters and traveling exhibitions. In this way, Pascual established his name in early 20th century circus entertainment, in an era when public fascination, exaggerated marketing, and professional survival mixed on stage. Advertised as the spectacular two-headed man, he was presented to the public as having a rare condition known as parasitic twinning, associated with incomplete fusion of embryos during pregnancy. The presence of a partially formed second head drew the attention not only of the public, but also of observers and doctors, fueling debate and curiosity around the case. In the early 20th century, this singularity was turned into an attraction in circuses and fairs, where the act fit into the sideshow circuit and intense advertising campaigns. His image began circulating widely in posters and promotional photographs, becoming a symbol of that era's fascination with situations seen as extraordinary and rare in popular entertainment. Charles Broughton Tripp was born on July 6, 1855, in Woodstock, Canada, without arms, but from an early age he learned to use his legs and feet with great precision. With this skill, he became a calligrapher, craftsman, and carpenter, performing tasks such as writing, cutting paper, shaving, and handling objects in front of the public. In 1872, he met Phineas Taylor Barnum in New York and entered the show circuit, where he became known as the Armless Wonder. Throughout his career, he worked with companies connected to Barnum, Bailey, and Ringling Brothers, and also appeared in photographs beside Eli Bowen. Tripp died on January 26, 1930, in Salisbury, ending a path marked by manual skill, independence, and presence in 19th century popular shows. Peter Robinson, known on stage for his extremely thin appearance, was born on April 8, 1874, in Chicopee, Massachusetts, and not in 1879. His image brought him into the sideshow circuit, where he also received other promotional names throughout his career. He worked in Coney Island attractions, Ringling Brothers, and variety performances, drawing attention with his unusual figure and stage presence. In 1932, he appeared in Todd Browning's film that recorded part of that world and helped bring that scene to the movies. Peter died on August 30th, 1947, in Agawam, Massachusetts, leaving his name tied to one of the best-known images of old curiosity shows. Crowell Farini was born in 1876 in Laos and became known on posters as the Monkey Woman, a nickname used to get the public's attention. She had hypertrichosis, a rare condition that causes excessive hair growth on the body and can change facial appearance, something that was exploited as spectacle at the time. While still a child, she was taken to Europe by entertainment businessmen and displayed under the story of a missing link between humans and monkeys, mixing so-called scientific language with circus marketing. Later, she traveled to the United States and gained attention on tours associated with Phineas Taylor Barnum, becoming one of the most talked about attractions in that circuit. Her story shows how rare traits were turned into public curiosity in sideshows, combining exploitation, advertising, and that society's fascination with figures presented as extraordinary. Harry Earls, born Kurt Schneider in 1902 in Germany, had dwarfism and entered the entertainment circuit while still young, looking for opportunities. In 1915, he moved to the United States with his sister Grace, and the two adopted the stage surname Earls to perform in circuses and traveling shows. Over time, their sisters Daisy and Tiny also joined the performances, and the family was promoted as the Doll Family, becoming one of the best-known troupes of the early 20th century. Harry stood out for his charm and natural acting ability, which opened doors beyond the stage. He gained wider attention through major productions, including Freaks from 1932 and later The Wizard of Oz from 1939, expanding his presence in classic cinema. His career crossed different types of shows and established his name as a notable figure in both sideshows and the film industry of that period. Isaac W. Sprague's story began on May 21, 1841, in East Bridgewater, Massachusetts, and changed while he was still a teenager when he began suffering extreme weight loss despite keeping his appetite. Unable to continue ordinary work, he entered curiosity shows in 1865 and soon became known as the Living Skeleton. The next year, he was hired by Phineas Taylor Barnum for the American Museum, where his appearance drew major attention. He later tried to leave the stage, married, and had 3 children, but financial problems brought him back to touring until he died on January 5, 1887, in Chicago, ending a path marked by the limits of medicine at the time and the power of popular entertainment in the 19th century. Felix Verlet became known in sideshows as the Elastic Skin Man because of his ability to stretch his skin and bend his fingers in an unusual way. Born on May 19, 1858, in Mount Ida, Wisconsin, he showed signs now associated with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, a genetic condition that affects connective tissue and can cause elastic skin and flexible joints. His portraits circulated in the late 19th century as promotional material in popular museums, fairs, and traveling shows. Wearley died on December 9, 1933, in Laredo, Texas, and was one of the first figures photographed with signs of this condition. Alice Elizabeth Doherty drew attention from birth on March 14, 1887, in Minneapolis because of hypertrichosis lanuginosa, a rare condition that caused fine, light hair to grow on her face and body. While still a small child, she began being presented in public exhibitions and by around age 5 was already traveling through the American Midwest with her mother and touring attractions, becoming known as the Minnesota Woolly Girl. Despite her fame on promotional cards, Alice never showed much interest in the stage and retired in 1915, later living privately in Dallas, where she died on June 13, 1933. Stefan Bibrowski was born in 1890 in the region of Poland and became known artistically as Lionel. He had hypertrichosis, a rare condition that causes excessive hair growth on the face and body, creating the appearance that shaped his stage name. While still a child, he was taken into the exhibition circuit and in 1901 began performing in the United States with the Barnum and Bailey Circus. Despite the image created by posters, he was described as polite, communicative, and able to speak several languages. After years in circuses, vaudeville shows, and Coney Island attractions, he retired in the late 1920s and died in 1932 in Berlin. Behind the names Wayno and Plutonor were the brothers Hiram and Barney Davis, short-stature performers connected to Knox County, Ohio, advertised as the Wild Men of Borneo. The exotic identity used on posters was a publicity creation designed to spark curiosity and sell the idea of a distant origin. Starting in 1852, they traveled with showman Dr. Warner, performing strength acts that surprised audiences, such as lifting weights and taking on stage challenges. Later, they were also associated with Phineas Taylor Barnum, expanding their presence in 19th century traveling shows. Hiram died on March 16, 1905, and Barney on May 31, 1912, leaving a path that shows how talent, marketing, and fabricated stories shaped the world of old curiosity shows. Josephine Clofullia, born Josephine Bois de Chêne in Versoix, Switzerland, had her date recorded in different ways, appearing in sources between 1829 and 1831. While still young, she became known for her natural beard, probably linked to hypertrichosis, and began performing in Europe before traveling to the United States with her family. In 1853, she joined Phineas Taylor Barnum's American Museum in New York, where she was promoted as the Bearded Lady of Geneva. Her elegant image, her marriage to Fortune Clofullia, and motherhood helped challenge doubts raised by the public at the time, while her career reveals how appearance, gender, and curiosity were exploited in 19th century entertainment. Mary Ann Bevan was born in 1874 in the United Kingdom and worked as a nurse before developing acromegaly, a condition that causes excessive growth of bones and tissues and gradually changes physical features. After the death of her husband, Thomas Bevan, she faced financial hardship and turned to the fair and circus circuit as a way to support her children. In that setting, her image was exploited by advertisements and the media, with the cruel label, "The Ugliest Woman in the World," used as a hook to attract audiences. Even marked by stigma and the limits of that time, Mary Ann kept working to provide for her family. Her story came to be seen less through the demeaning titles placed on her and more through her courage, endurance, and dedication to protecting her children in a time with few alternatives. Horace Leonard Riddler was born on March 26, 1882, in Surrey, England, and before fame, he served in the British Army. After financial difficulties, he decided to turn his own body into an artistic career, and between the late 1920s and the 1930s, sought out tattoo artist George Burchett to cover his face, head, and body with black stripes similar to a zebra's. That was how the Great Omi, also known as the Zebra Man, emerged as one of the most famous sideshow attractions of the 20th century. With eye-catching costumes, piercings, modified teeth, and a persona created to impress audiences, he performed in theaters, fairs, and major companies, including Ripley's Believe It or Not, and Ringling Brothers, and Barnum, and Bailey. After decades of work, he retired in Ripe, England, where he died in 1965. Annie Jones was born in 1865 in the United States and became known as the Bearded Woman because she had a thick beard from a very young age, something that created major curiosity in the traveling entertainment circuit. While still a baby, at about 9 months old, she was already advertised as an attraction for the Barnum and Bailey Circus and, over time, became one of the most remembered performers of that period. In a setting shaped by stares and prejudice, Annie began to control her own story, turning difference into a career and recognition. Her presence in tours and performances helped establish her name on posters, always linked to talent, charm, and professionalism. Her career is often cited as an example of how some performers managed to build status and independence even within the social limits of that era. Pauline Musters was born on February 26, 1876 in Oostendrecht in the Netherlands. She became known in popular records as the shortest documented adult woman, measuring about 2 feet tall and weighing around 10 pounds. Presented as Princess Pauline, she won audiences over with dance and acrobatic acts in theaters and fairs, traveling through Europe and the United States. On March 1, 1895, she died in New York at age 19 after complications linked to pneumonia and meningitis. Her name remained tied to one of the most talked about cases in 19th century entertainment, marked by early fame, international travel, and the public curiosity of the time. Before becoming an attraction in major shows, Edouard Beaupré lived close to rural life in Willow Bunch, Canada, where he was born on January 9, 1881. Known as the Giant of Willow Bunch, he reached about 8 feet 3 inches tall because of pituitary gigantism and tried to work as a cowboy before pursuing a career as a strongman, wrestler, and traveling performer. In his performances, he drew attention for his strength, physical presence, and acts such as bending iron bars and lifting horses. In 1904, he appeared with Barnum and Bailey Circus during the St. Louis Exposition, but his health had already been weakened by tuberculosis. He died on July 3, 1904, at age 23, ending a short life marked by the contrast between public fame, medical challenges, and society's curious gaze toward bodies considered extraordinary. Ella Kate Ewing's rapid growth began in childhood, around age 7, and made her height draw attention throughout Missouri. Born on March 9, 1872 in LaGrange, she became known as the Missouri Giantess and began performing in fairs, museums, and circuses in the late 19th century, including attractions associated with Barnum and Bailey. Despite public curiosity around her appearance, she kept a strong connection to her family and rural life. She died on January 10, 1913, ending a path tied to work, fame, and the social challenges faced by people seen as unusual during that period. Jack Earl, the stage name of Jacob Reuben Ehrlich, was born on July 3, 1906, in Denver, Colorado, and became known as the Texas Giant because he grew up in El Paso. His unusual height, associated with gigantism, drew attention while he was still young and led him into silent films, with appearances in productions such as Hansel and Gretel from 1923 and Jack and the Beanstalk from 1924. Later, he became an attraction with the Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus, where he traveled for about 14 years. Away from the stage, he also worked as a salesman, wrote poetry, and devoted himself to arts such as painting and sculpture. He died on July 18, 1952, in El Paso, leaving a path that passed through film, circus, and the arts far beyond the giant image exploited on posters of the time. William Henry Johnson, known as Zip, had one of the longest careers in curiosity shows connected to Phineas Taylor Barnum. Born in New Jersey, with records differing between 1842 and 1857, he was presented to the public through a fabricated persona that exploited his appearance, the prejudices of the time, and false stories to attract audiences. His image circulated in photographs, advertisements, and exhibitions at Barnum's American Museum, Barnum and Bailey, and Coney Island. Johnson died on April 9, 1926, in New York, and his path exposes both the popular power of this type of entertainment and the ethical limits that marked his public exhibition. Teodulo A. Valenzuela, connected to Arizona, gained fame in the 1920s under the stage name Tom Ton, being promoted in cards and photographs as a major attraction in traveling shows. In promotional records, he appeared at about 645 pounds at age 21, alongside eye-catching phrases used to attract audiences in curiosity museums, fairs, and circuses. His image shows how entertainment of the time turned rare bodily traits into spectacle, mixing family support, visual marketing, and the popular curiosity of old sideshows. Josephine Joseph, probably born in the late 19th century, became known in curiosity shows for a performance built around an ambiguous appearance, a type of act that drew strong interest in fairs and circuses of the time. Josephine's fame increased with an appearance in the movie Freaks, released in 1932, the performer's only credited film role, and one of the most remembered records of that world. This path helps show how entertainment of that period dealt with identity, appearance, and bodily difference, revealing social prejudice, public exhibition practices, and later debates about representation, ethics, human dignity, and respect for diversity. Unzi was a late 19th century sideshow performer whose
Wow, all these performers, man, in the sideshow business, human odyssey world. It's crazy. You don't get to see that anymore. Yeah, you get a few shows up, but not like what they used to be. Late 80s, early 90s, they were pretty cool. I don't know.
exact origin remains poorly documented, but whose image circulated widely in promotional portraits around 1890. He had albinism and was advertised in different ways depending on the audience and location, including fabricated stories about his origin to increase the attraction's appeal. With full white hair, a striking appearance, and strong visual impact, he became a curious figure in fairs and variety shows. His path shows how entertainment of the time mixed real traits, invented stories, and sensational promotion to turn physical differences into public spectacle. Dominique Castagna gained a place in curiosity shows at a time when very thin performers were advertised with sensational names. At about 4 feet 9 inches tall and around 49 pounds as an adult, his fragile appearance drew public attention and was exploited through posters, mystery, and exaggerated advertising. His path shows how sideshows turned rare physical conditions into spectacle, mixing public curiosity, the chance to earn a living, and little sensitivity toward the dignity of performers. Melvin Burkhart was born on February 16, 1907, in Atlanta, in the United States, and became known as the Human Blockhead and the Anatomical Wonder. At age 20, he joined a small circus as a contortionist, and in 1934, worked with Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey, expanding his presence in traveling entertainment. Beyond the act that made his name famous, he also performed magic illusions, and stage routines, becoming known for his fast talk and charm with audiences. Later, he worked in attractions connected to Ripley's Believe It or Not and in Coney Island, keeping alive a circus tradition that was already beginning to fade. He died on November 8, 2001, in Florida, after more than 6 decades devoted to the stage. Madame Gustica appears in records from April 12, 1930, in New York, during a curiosity show in which she was promoted under a classification created by the Western view of the time. There is no reliable information about her birth or personal path, but she probably came from Ethiopia and wore lip plates, a cultural practice associated with some peoples of the Omo Valley. In that context, an identity tradition was turned into a public attraction, revealing how entertainment exploited cultural differences through distorted views and little understanding of dignity and representation. Charmian, the stage name of Lavery Cooper, was born in Sacramento in the United States on July 18, 1875, and gained fame in vaudeville as a trapeze artist and strongwoman. Her best-known act began in a full Victorian outfit and, once on the trapeze, she removed layers of the costume until she was in acrobatic clothing, highlighting strength, movement, and body control. The performance made an impact by challenging the strict female standards of the time and was recorded by the Edison Company in the 1901 short film Trapeze Disrobing Act. Charmian died on February 6, 1949, leaving a career tied to physical culture, the stage, and changes in popular entertainment. George Moore and Fred Howe became known in North American sideshows of the 1890s because of the contrast between their bodies. Moore was advertised as the living skeleton, while Howe appeared as the Fat Man, forming a comic duo seen in promotional photographs with boxing gloves and staged fights. The act turned physical difference, visual humor, and exaggerated marketing into a fairground attraction, showing how popular entertainment of the time used the unusual to hold the public's attention. In the circus rings of the early 20th century, Katharina Brumbach became famous as Katie Sandwina, one of the great strongwomen of the circus. Born on May 6, 1884, into a family of performers, she grew up around strength acts, wrestling, and acrobatics, later adopting the name Sandwina after defeating Eugen Sandow in a weightlifting contest in New York. Over time, she worked with companies such as Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey, impressing audiences by lifting her husband, bending iron bars, and turning physical strength into spectacle. After leaving the circus, she lived in New York and ran a restaurant with her husband in Queens. She died on January 21, 1952, leaving a legacy tied to physical culture, circus fame, and female presence in a male-dominated space. Lavinia Warren, born Mercy Lavinia Warren Bump on October 31, 1841, in Middleborough, Massachusetts, became one of the most famous performers connected to Phineas Taylor Barnum in the 19th century. Before the stage, she worked as a teacher, but her short stature and elegant presence brought her to the American Museum, where she began performing and gained enormous popularity. On February 10, 1863, she married Charles Stratton, General Tom Thumb, in a ceremony that became a major public event in New York. Afterward, she toured the United States and Europe, appearing in photographs, newspapers, and promotional material. After Stratton's death, she married Count Primo Magri and remained connected to entertainment, ending a path that helped shape the celebrity culture of old sideshows. Charles Sherwood Stratton was born on January 4, 1838, in Bridgeport, Connecticut, and became known worldwide as General Tom Thumb. With dwarfism and very short stature since childhood, he was discovered by Phineas Taylor Barnum at age 4 and soon turned into one of the first major attractions of mass entertainment. On stage, he sang, danced, did impressions, and performed short comic acts, winning audiences in the United States and Europe, including performances before Queen Victoria. In 1863, his marriage to Lavinia Warren became a major public event, widely covered by the press. Stratton died on July 15, 1883, and is remembered as one of the most famous figures of the old sideshows. Count Primo Magri gained fame in the 19th century as a short stature performer and was already performing as Count Rosebud before becoming better known beside Lavinia Warren. On April 6, 1885, he married her in New York, 2 years after the death of General Tom Thumb, which again attracted the press, audiences, and promotional photographers. Alongside Lavinia, he continued touring and performing in connection with old curiosity shows, while also appearing with his brother, advertised as Baron Magri. He died in 1920, 1 year after his wife. Artie Atherton, the stage name of Charles Arthur Mall, was born on January 30th, 1890, in Saginaw, Michigan, and gained fame in sideshows because of his extremely thin appearance. His image became the focus of postcards and circus advertisements, especially in performances connected to Barnum and Bailey. Beyond the stage, he also worked as a reporter in Chicago, a detail that set his path apart from other performers in the circuit. He died on May 31, 1920, in Pontiac, Michigan, after an automobile incident, leaving a record tied to the visual culture of old traveling shows. In promotional cards from the 1890s, John Jennings appeared as the Modern Samson and the Little Wonder, using jaw strength as the main mark of his act. Weighing about 154 pounds, he was advertised as lifting more than 1,000 pounds with his teeth, a feat recorded in images where he raised a barrel with 2 men on it. These portraits were sold or handed out in circuses and fairs, helping promote tours in an era when strength performers drew crowds. Jennings lived between 1845 and 1906, and his final stage period was associated with Ringling Brothers. Haji Ali became known in vaudeville as a performer with unusual bodily skills, probably born in Egypt between 1887 and 1892. His fame came from the physical control he showed in acts that impressed audiences in Europe and the United States, especially in the 1920s and 1930s. With exotic clothing and a mysterious presence, he appeared in productions such as Strange as It Seems and Politikerias before dying on November 5, 1937, in Wolverhampton, England, during a tour. Frank Cannonball Richards gained fame in North American vaudeville by turning physical endurance into spectacle. Born on February 20, 1887, in Minneapolis, Kansas, he became known for withstanding controlled impacts to the abdomen during performances in fairs and theaters. In the 1920s and 1930s, his act explored the public's fascination with the limits of the human body. He died on February 7, 1969, in Long Beach, California, keeping his name associated with one of the most unusual performances of the variety show era. In Hollywood in 1926, Jacques Lerner posed beside Acker, a chimpanzee connected to comic acts in film and vaudeville. Lerner was known for playing apes without a mask, using makeup, body expression, and carefully studied movements to make the character feel real. The image records the mix of physical comedy, silent film, and studio publicity when trained animal attractions help draw public attention. If you enjoyed this video and want to support the channel, please use the Super Thanks tool below. Your contribution helps us keep bringing you amazing historical content. Thank you so much for your support, and see you in the next video.
Like and subscribe. See what else. Ba, 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 ba.
No, 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 no. Here's another one. 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 Ah, okay, that's not it. Ah!
Couple big nipples. Not claiming that you're short in stature by any means, but
Little dicks. That's what he's gonna say. What?
you're like little-minded. Does that make sense?
Lady?
I'm sure he does.
What?
Sure he does. Maybe you should enter in the art battle. Huh? There's a hefty first place prize. Hefty. Hefty.
Hefty.
Maybe you should enter the contest. But you didn't see Public Enemy yesterday. I did.
Oh, interesting. Live. Sturgis.
Probably, they're probably fucking.
No, someone say
Get
something
ready,
about him
Chuck.
dressed as Joker. I want to see his response to that shit.
No, not really. It was kind of funny the way I said that, huh? You weren't expecting that, were you? Especially from somebody as mature and elderly as I am. Huh? Did your fucking level of immaturity, I can go there.
There was one particular night that Cora was crying. She was probably about 6 months old. And Lindsay never let Cora cry. She wasn't at that point in time.
Out they were going to go stand in front of Summerwell's house. So, with that being said, Dolly is definitely privy to the fuck shit that's been going on. Mind you, Sierra, Dolly had been with Missa.
We got two sheriffs in front of us. There they are. They're pulling over. Oh, there's three of them. There they are. They're pulling over. Oh, there's three of them. There's three of them. Let's keep a distance. Lights on. They're going up this road here. That's somebody's driveway. We've got to figure out where exactly we are. We got it. Find out what's going on. I am here. Oh, here comes the other one. Back down. Give them their space. Look, they don't even know where they're going. They're like pulling around. They don't even know where they're going now. They're going up the hill. I don't even think they know how to get to the body.
Have a nuclear weapon. This regime will soon learn that no one should challenge the strength and might of the United States Armed Forces. I built and rebuilt our military in my first administration, and there is no military on earth even close to its power, strength, or sophistication. My administration has taken every possible step to minimize the risk to U.S. personnel in the region. Even so, and I do not make this statement lightly, the Iranian regime seeks to kill. The lives of courageous American heroes may be lost, and we may have casualties. That often happens in war. But we're doing this not for now. We're doing this for the future, and it is a noble mission. We pray for every service member.
I want to also add that this afternoon at 5 p.m., our friends at the South End Indivisible will be holding a rally at Renton City Hall to protest the use of ALPR.
Doubt. Once again, that creates reasonable doubt.
Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5+ other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah, that doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay.
It does, though. It does.
There's more presence of somebody else's prints, and that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various
But it
places.
also could demonstrate nothing.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that.
This reminds me when I'm trying to debate someone about trans ideology. They're trying to explain how a man can be a woman. This doesn't make sense. Can you explain it again? I can't understand it for you. I can only explain it to you. This science is very obvious, Warren. I don't know why people seem to think this is some... Gotcha.
Yeah.
But in other words, he's seen all the tweets and all the memes about this specific portion, because this is actually one of the most important and impressive moments of the entire conversation, in my opinion. And it was this quote, because yes,
our sins are from as far away as it is the east to the west, right? The east to the west line, there is no end, but there is an end with heaven and hell. Okay, so anyway, I hope that makes sense to somebody. So Mark 8:34, this is the way of the cross. He called the crowd to him along with his disciples and said, whoever wants to be my disciple, again, must deny themselves and take up their cross and follow me. For whoever wants to save their life will lose it, but whoever loses their life for me for the gospel will save it. For what good is it for someone to gain the whole?
God.
A lot more fun and a lot more gamble.
People just walking in off the street. Mega.
Go. Maybe.
Hi, everybody. Today's Monday, August 17, 2020.
Lot of news. Some gaming, I guess.
Because in order to be a leader, you gotta serve.
Later, the second Super Hornet took position, the Growler waiting behind it. Range 58 nautical miles. Bandit 3 changed course. It had trailed.
The footage. So you're saying it is real, but it's enhanced.
No, there's
So
no
you think
boat
this is
dive
real?
roller
So you think this is real?
Yeah, that's possible. But do you think
possible.
those dive?
Schon. Da macht nur das Zoom nicht so viel Sinn.
I guess there's nothing else. Huh.
What is this? Freeway? Was this Aho? This was Aho.
Aho,
right?
yeah.
Oh, la, 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 la. Watch this back check, backfire in the okay.
Watch this fact check backfire in this debate with Andrew Wilson.
Between 0 to 100, what is a likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
So
with what we've seen in terms of the evidence, I'm at 0%. I would like to know how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just going to throw it right back at you because for some reason you permit yourself to do it. And that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it. And then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah. So in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you make everybody, you
that's
call them
literally what I'm
conspiracy
trying
theorists.
to explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference, why I think it's Tyler Robinson is because Tyler Robinson
so
said in his text
grumpy.
messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
Yeah, I
top
would.
of
I'm sorry.
that,
I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just
Yeah.
I don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
Yeah, I'm
in footage.
paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close
up?
to
Yeah,
it.
I don't. I think
And
that's
by the
not
way,
right.
Twigs himself said that he
You're
had
gonna see me
some
on the staircase.
that he had some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
There's hang
Go
on,
ahead. You're
hang on.
right.
So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson,
Mhm.
not just because of blurry footage.
I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stair. I mean, or
Well, he didn't tweet
texting.
it.
Texting
Yeah.
that's me in the staircase. I think that I
I didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage." When I'm paraphrasing. But that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that? Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more
Nobody
is going to come
disputes
out
that either.
because to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble.
So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about Skylar. I think you have it. You just text me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay.
Boom, roasted. Watch this fact check backfire in this debate with Andrew Wilson.
Between 0 to 100, what is a likely that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Crazy. Miss Summer, what is she up to? Let's see. Our best moments of the great debate. Should we watch it? What do you guys think? Let's check it out. Yeah.
Well, do you know any of the charges he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I
Can you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Can
Name
you
all
name-
7
can
since
you-
you've been following the case.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great.
You're totally BSing right now. I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. Would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was?
I just think all women.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say it shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think
Remember
I just
too
wanna get
much
to the substance of the
Dash
debate,
Ride,
and,
that
just
like
speak to the audience.
Oh yeah.
I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th by throwing it to this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this. What's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many
Miss
influencers.
Cleo.
It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. Is not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said, this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be strangely to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk, when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like, calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes. I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is.
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute. And that's why I'm...
Yeah, but we're trying to get to whether there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
so whether then starting
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique,
we should go over the actual evidence that we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know. But definitely upon impact, and we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary, and my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay, so just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of?
Yes, I recall. You're talking about
the bullet analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That doesn't remove if you think somebody's set up as a patsy. You could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
I agree.
That's not convincing evidence to me.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So you I think have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith. Okay, and for how many years?
Many years.
For many years. You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it change 15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? She then corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
And I was an NRA instructor for many years alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise, when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
Did you inspect the interior of this barrel?
I did, yes.
And did you notice whether it had any debris or dust in it?
I believe my notes state that debris and dust was observed in the inside of the barrel, yes.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point at a time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to, but I want you to respond to 2 points. I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5+ actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5+ prints. And among those 5+ prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded.
From a scientific standpoint, you couldn't read the paragraph that sets out the likelihood ratio in your report, whatever the number, and then blast a headline in the media, Mr. Robinson's DNA is found on this item. That's a source attribution, is it not?
Correct, yes.
And that would not be scientifically defensible, would it?
Correct.
And you can't tell us anything about when the DNA was deposited on the trigger guard or the trigger, correct?
Correct.
You can't tell us anything about whether, when you say it's at least 4, it could be 5, 6, or 7 people with DNA on that trigger or trigger guard, correct?
Correct, which is why we have the major contributor that is suitable for comparison and the minor contributor is not suitable for comparison due to that complexity.
The 1.3 sample is described as swabs of trigger and trigger guard, right?
Correct.
You didn't do the swabs, but am I correct that you have no way of knowing which part was from the trigger and which part was from the trigger guard?
Correct. So they were swabbed together. So I wouldn't be able to say where the DNA came from.
And that's one of the samples that was degraded, correct?
There were signs of degradation present in that sample, yes.
And you said with regard to that sample, that that was a sample consistent with at least 4 contributors, correct?
Correct.
And did what you term the major profile have the largest amount of degradation in that sample?
There was, yes.
So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5+ other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay. You think there could be debris and dust. Yeah. He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot. It just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's, dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah. So the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twiggs' DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis during the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded.
Even
so I'm asking you to address that. How could that be
here,
possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
No, it's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took it.
I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean? So what?
Yeah. So what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah. So wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded.
I'm telling you to explain it. You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory?
So
with
your answer is I don't know. You can just say you don't know. You don't have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what?
Yeah,
so say I don't know. I actually don't have an explanation for that, Candace.
Though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those are the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs?
Would you like me to finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay.
So
go ahead.
This was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there's evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay.
Hang on. I didn't cut you off. Right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy. Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson. It could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes, because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun. I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the Patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the Patsy part
Okay,
if I can't get to the end of the
I'll wait
sentence?
patiently till we get to
So
the
that
Patsy
could be a reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints. And that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various
But it
places.
also could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, well, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be
Describe
patsy.
how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. All right, you guys, you have probably seen all the buzz around red light therapy lately, but what's even more compelling are the stories from people who say it completely changed their lives. One example starts with a woman named Natalia. She sat across from her medical team and got an ultimatum most of us will never have to hear: aggressive chemotherapy, steroids for life, or amputation. 5 years earlier, a plate of ceviche in Peru triggered heavy metal toxins and parasites that she never recovered from. 20 specialists and hundreds of thousands of dollars later, nobody addressed the cause, just the symptoms. With the support of medical journalist Jonathan Otto, she refused all three and went after the root cause instead, purging parasites, binding heavy metals, and restoring her gut health. Today, she runs, swims, and cycles on the same legs that she was told that she would lose. Right now, you can get the same holistic detox cleanse that she used, plus a Red Life therapy belt, completely free with every order. Not discounted, free. 120 LEDs, red and near infrared, working from the surface down to the gut and thyroid. Head to purgemyparasitesnow.com/Candace, buy your detox and gut renewal restoration bundle today, and get your free Red Life therapy belt, plus your in-depth protocol. That's purgemyparasitesnow.com/Candace. The entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state you
represent own opinion.
You
which
said
is
in
that
your opening
based on
statement-
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
The state has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy.
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative
I
hearing.
don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no.
This is a huge point. This
I
is,
want to.
this
Well,
is crazy
we
that you
can
don't
call
know
for a
this.
fact check if
Yes,
all the
well,
evidence
we need
was
more than a
put
fact
in.
check. This was every single
The
day.
team in the back is
Utah
actually
rule
saying they want to
1102.
go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well. But they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah. So this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk from other severe injuries, including apical and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay, and I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
No, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it the same way that you got to Tyler Robinson.
From that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial.
They don't have to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley was
not
saying,
all of it, like I said.
The overwhelming majority.
Again, no dispute.
Outside of the one that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off.
Though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate, actually maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution, 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance just can't willy-nilly say.
I'm not disputing.
But the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
that's what you're saying
to
me. When you say Candace,
here,
I'll
give you the
argument, which is a fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that.
Didn't say
that Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just literally making stuff up. So here's what the position is. I'm asking this.
I'm saying that let's pull that up. Let's pull that up. I am doing exactly what the state did. I'm looking at a piece of evidence and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you describe to the audience what Rule 1102
So this, just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I'm saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a fact like
just making it up, just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew. Can I show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay, and what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. To take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't, that's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a point,
it is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing,
we're asking you
that he is using to argue his case is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So what they are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this. And I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means Patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car. Okay. They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference so that I understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have images.
I'm talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals Patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals Patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a Patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to Patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts. Okay. It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if
this
there's
is the
100 other
state's evidence,
plausible
and they're inferring.
explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea. That it was a patsy. I am saying that there is, my whole claim was that there is up as a patsy.
How does that equal into patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over
I didn't
the
say that's what convinced me.
when you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You
to
just
be
said you didn't say
compelling
it, so we're going to
evidence.
get a fact check on that. You
Sure.
did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually David Hull. They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
The
they were changing
idea
their
that on a
clothes?
college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. Why is it absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same people because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened, but even if it is,
you can get a fact check on it.
But even if it is, again,
and it was
if we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
You just told me I couldn't.
Making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking based on a totality of evidence that you have,
we can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweets of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
Did you
I don't
delete
delete
tweets?
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said it was his
misspell.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was going on.
She has it. Perfect. If you got Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I say
clip.
that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say.
So the thing is,
you named, I believe, actually 5
the thing
things.
that's funny here is we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
why are you pivoting?
So
but just say you were wrong. It's cool to just say I was wrong.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing.
You named, I believe, actually 5 things.
And then said based on that, it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all these other things. You never mentioned any of that.
You wrote the car pulling in, Robinson getting out of it, the fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the DNA on the roof, and on the screwdriver that he left behind. It's overwhelming, man.
So no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you?
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to the evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
actually, I'm glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay. I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just saying that I just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like. Is that you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more, but I would like to address what you
this
said
is
in
your
that tweet.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally your debate
not what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange.
You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
You named, I believe, actually 5 things.
I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position. If that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that?
Is that the only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right? I feel like that's fair,
but not exhaustive. Just so you know.
I never said it was exhaustive, even though you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just going to throw it right back at you because for some reason you permit yourself to do it. And that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it. And then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy.
Now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give me...
Yes, we can pull up the clip. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
Can I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved? Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him.
About Charlie Kirk, did he ever talk about Charlie Kirk? I personally had never heard him talk about Charlie Kirk before specifically.
Nor do I believe that he was, so into LGBTQ issues. Since Lance testified, they never spoke about LGBTQ issues.
How about political issues? So did you ever talk about gender identity issues and LGBTQ rights? No, not really.
Stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half.
But the question I'm asking is about positive evidence.
I'm telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, I mean, not even that, it's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then,
loved
other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things? Do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show and the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously Joe Kent. Well, Joe Kent, right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that.
Charlie Kirk is killed publicly in a very horrific way, and we're not really even allowed to look into that at all. And Charlie Kirk was one of President Trump's closest advisors, and he also advocated heavily against a war with Iran. He was in the Oval Office in the lead up to the 12-day war. I wasn't particularly close with Charlie. He was very gracious to me when I was running for Congress, very, very supportive. So we knew each other. And the last time I saw Charlie Kirk on this earth was in June in the West Wing in the stairway. And I said hi to him, and he looked me in the eye, and he said very loudly, and you've been in the West Wing, it's small, it's a tight space. And he said, Joe, stop us from getting into a war with Iran. Very loudly.
He was single-minded.
And he walked off, and he went, I believe, into the Oval. So when one of President Trump's closest advisors, who is vocally advocating for us to not go to war with Iran and for us to rethink at least our relationship with the Israelis, and then he's suddenly publicly assassinated, and we're not allowed to ask any questions about that. It's a data point. It's a data point that we need to look into.
What do you mean when you say we're not allowed to ask any questions about that?
We've been told that this individual, Robinson, is a lone gunman, and maybe he is. But the investigation that I was a part of, the National Counterterrorism Center was a part of, we were stopped from continuing to investigate. And the FBI will say that they stopped that because they wanted to turn everything over to the Utah state authorities. Everything's going to trial. It's very, very sensitive. But there was still a lot for us to look into that I can't really get into, but there was still linkage for us to investigate that we needed to run down. And I'm not making any conclusions. I'm not saying
no, I don't think you are.
Because of this happened. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying there's unanswered questions. We know the pressure because of the text messages that have been made public that Charlie was under a lot of pressure from a lot of pro-Israel donors. And again, we know Charlie was advocating to President Trump against this war with Iran. And we knew at the end of the 12-day war, at the end of Midnight Hammer, that the Israelis were going to come back and ask us to go back to war again.
Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister,
The Nazi propaganda minister said that the bigger the lie, the faster it will spread. Well, somebody has fabricated a monstrous big lie that Israel had something to do with Charlie Kirk's horrific murder. This is insane. It is false. It is outrageous. Charlie Kirk was a giant, a once-in-a-century talent who defended freedom, defended America, defended our common Judeo-Christian civilization. Charlie loved Israel. Now some are peddling these disgusting rumors, perhaps out of obsession, perhaps with Qatari funding. What I do know is this: Charlie Kirk was a great man, and a great man deserves honor, not lies. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. May your memory be a blessing.
The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss, in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place.
Mm-hmm.
And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see.
There's no
pulled.
positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well, positive evidence
I can just
would
have
be
a conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences, which would
what
point
we've said
you to
is on our show is what we've said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird. and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel
How
right.
would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say complicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay. It's what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to come in and
tell
debate.
me.
So
What
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you one? You know, do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do."
Do you believe that Tyler Robinson murdered your husband? Yes, I do.
Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, I actually, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. So I don't know what I'm supposed to do. A show on whether I like her hair, her outfits, that doesn't feel right. And also keep in mind that is the mother of Charlie Kirk's children. I had a real relationship with Charlie Kirk, a real friendship with Charlie Kirk. And what is left of him in this world are his 2 small children. So to just take a baseless attack, if I catch her in a lie, it's a little different, but to just take an attack on her does not feel appropriate to me. I haven't seen any reason to do that. And then when I sat down with her, and I was expecting for her to say, well, you know, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, you know, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. You know, that's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How is she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
don't look anywhere else.
That Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right, but so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk. That's it.
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit.
Everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time. I'm guessing you probably don't want to watch.
Well, I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting
Well,
me to
there's no
respond to
doctorate
it.
anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right. That what you're actually saying
I
is
do
that
believe
Erica
that
is just
Erica was,
complicit in believing
when
it.
I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that.
Hi, everybody. I still love all these emoji Zoom things. Wow. I don't even know where to begin. The fact that we were able to pull off an event of a century, like it's just insane. We had over 275,000 people that attended, and the stadium, overflow, Westgate, insane, you guys. And then you have, was it 100 million? You guys that heard the gospel and all about Charlie and all about everything that you guys do, and the hard work of Turning Point USA is insane. We had thousands that were registered to vote. I think we're at like over 200,000 for merch sales. Don't quote me on that because I think it just keeps like bumping up like crazy. But I mean, since his assassination, we have 100,000 chapter requests. We have 300,000 new donors. That is a blessing in itself. Again, not normal, all God. I think we have 50,000 plus hat orders to fulfill. I mean, I'm saying these numbers because it puts into perspective that we're not just sitting and thinking and looking at the wall being like, what do we do? Like that, there is so much to do. You have over 20,000 AmFest registrations.
And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by Charlie. We can find that,
in
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you?
No, it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was, engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage.
Mm-hmm.
So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And I never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious, I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied?
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
Yeah,
Go for it.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too to kill her husband.
Yeah.
Would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was?
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So, and
You
what,
just
and by
asked
the way,
me.
and
Like,
what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
You don't think calling somebody too?
No,
Is-
come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue in cheek.
Usually when I call someone I'm being tongue-in-cheek, yeah. Like for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and he called your husband bad names. Are you're just like, well, that's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm
she's
not
too,
her biggest defender.
Do you still think she's too?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about
Still
the
do.
feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the
Still think
headquarters.
it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point.
Well,
USA.
I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down, and then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do on recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay. Is that when you gave her the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay.
to
So
her.
at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
I just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media, they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know where
they don't have the courage to have the conversation.
Like, I don't.
If they
see
were
this-
just releasing something in
Let
good
me ask you
faith
a
to answer
question.
questions,
Do you have any
I've never
evidence of that
demanded.
claim?
It's not evidence.
No.
You're sharing your opinion.
No.
Really obvious to the public, presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days. They decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise.
Well,
do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if
It's
you
talking
know
about terrible PR,
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position. This is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for. And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely like take a look.
What is
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man.
If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and it's,
You can fact check
it's
it.
your
Fact check if
shirt,
bullets displace air.
not about whether it displaced air, it's where it dispersed the air. It was underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the
Okay,
shirt.
a bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck,
Candace,
and then
it's not
it is
underneath
beneath
the
his shirt. The
It
shirt
starts up
puffs.
here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we
the-
obviously
the
can't show that
idea-
clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate
Mm-hmm.
it. Whether or not it was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry
You see
wound on his
smoke?
neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my
Do you
platform.
think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that.
If you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how shape charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car. And I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this.
Mhm.
And I think he has debated a ton of people actually regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For
Yeah,
purposes
that's
of my,
fine.
yeah,
That's fair.
for the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
And good to see you, General Holt.
You too.
A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. And it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or a conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, oh, I'm just asking questions. Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm
he
just saying
starts,
he observed, he said he's shot people up close,
Yeah.
and he's never seen a shirt
No
move like
dispute.
that. And it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick, very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
not what I saw. And clearly it's not what he saw. And he thinks that there could be an explosive. So I'm just saying to you,
when you
people disagree with you, your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I understand.
If I may ask a question, is that permitted?
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary, you keep saying that you have evidence or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I
Can you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not
Is
following
that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Yeah.
question. You're
Yeah,
just not following it
seems,
enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should
All
like.
right.
Can you tell me one?
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
that he's.
You can really, yeah, this is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context, put
Yeah.
me in the hot seat. So please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name-
7
can
since
you-
you've been following the case.
Okay, sure. You
Go
name
ahead.
you name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like.
Name all 7.
And I.
Can
I
you
think
name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
you don't have
Name
to
'em.
put your fingers up. I can
Okay,
do
I'll
that.
name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death sentence
So
in the
murder.
state of you. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And
Next.
so just for people, no, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay.
You're
I'm
just going to
waiting.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work, and you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want you
away?
to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I
Okay,
actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
What's
final
the specific charges though?
that is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those-
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay. And there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged
no,
with
no.
it.
Just the charges and then 7.
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay. Got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If
Sure.
you guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit for
Aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7.
Violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in front
minor.
of a child?
Yeah.
That's
So
what I said.
5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd-degree felony. Now, I did notice something I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
No, I didn't. I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to
should
see
do
it?
I'm
You
just
can.
curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PBD, you're the moderator.
Okay.
Take it.
Let's see
See
it.
if anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
so I'm
have
looking
full
at the, I'm not
permission
gonna
to
give
go through my
names.
phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 1132 because after that, I don't need to read it.
And you know their texts. Could have been Telegram, could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia. And that was it. I downloaded for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
Then-
I don't need to like, I
Okay.
deeply care about this case. I don't need to pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case-
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated. It probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel and the things that you've mentioned. And you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character, and what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion. And I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you. I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that the people who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA and they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking Miss on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits. And I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence of what has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up. And that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did right after Charlie was assassinated, that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter. I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted, which was a little more than what I wanted. But I'm very content with how I dealt with this. And I trust, I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think about this debate. They can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Over and over again, a debate is the way to get to truth. And sometimes that's true. And sometimes watching a debate is like watching two idiots clock each other with pool noodles. On Friday morning, conspiratorial nutcase Candace Owens debated provocateur debate me bro Andrew Wilson over who killed Charlie Kirk. And everyone who watched is now significantly stupider. I'm going to go through some of the details in a second and what it means for debate culture more generally. This is the Ben Shapiro Show. Debate is sometimes useful, and sometimes it's just not useful. It's just not.
The debate, and you gave your best. I mean, it shouldn't really matter, to be honest. As long as you weren't a disingenuous douchebag, that's really all that matters.
That right in the middle there between the two trucks is where they're searching. But they got this body here.
I can't stay another day.
Look like. Do you have Chick-fil-A?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the In-N-Out.
Oh.
Should we do In?
So that creates reasonable doubt. Once again, that creates reasonable doubt.
Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5+ other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah, that doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson.
I was putting shit like that about me in a chat. Okay. Well, once again, I should just hold my teeth, hold my mouth, and talk in private so that I don't piss off the hive.
I mean, anybody with common sense and logic, even at the hive, knows exactly what you are. They spoke out about you for a long time. They see what it is.
Pisses me off, man.
He's always.
Anything more than 30 to 60 seconds. That's where we're at. And they don't care about the context of what's actually happening. It's literally just whatever they saw in the last reel. And it's almost like everyone's getting collective. It's like a mass dementia. Okay.
Like people code slop by hand too. Like people are like AI slop. And it's like, well,
credibility from other influencers. Like literally, we are run by an information groupies cartel.
And you see the live, and you see the red thing, the red bar on the YouTube player. Hey, I'm live. Yes. Shit. I haven't accepted your packets. I have no idea what you're talking about. What do you think about Free Palestine?
Sense ever.
So another famous businesswoman,
where 3 people were shot, spilled over to the hospital. It almost seems like something
down in Seroquel, I think, at the time.
Action on this show, because I said we have the head of 2 leading Black organizations, civil rights organization, journalistic organization, and we're getting to the bottom of this. We go activity. But we have had some storms produce winds of over 60 miles an hour. We had a severe thunderstorm warning in Orange County. That storm, you wouldn't believe.
Our nation, for our world, and also, as you guys know, the same voice bringing you the news. That's me, Steve Ram, is also bringing you the Bible. If you're a Bible reader, going through the King James Version of the Bible, giving you updates. Today we released John chapter 5, the day before that, John chapter 4, and the day before that, John 3. So if you want to hear John 3:16, I have pinned this in the comments.
Yeah, for real. I should have streamed. I'm sorry. I definitely should have streamed. I fucked up. But it's okay because we're gonna go up from here. And the baby's almost here. So I hope you guys are ready to sub up, to just be there for every moment with me and my 2 babies. Ready. Yeah, start gifting her. Fixed camera? How? Girl, you have no real friends because why was you solo? And that girl was not my friend. I don't know her from a can of paint.
Okay, so no, we're going to tell you what really happened. What really happened is we all split up after the baby shower. We thought that Nevaeh was going to the house. Nevaeh was with her man, and 2012, 10/30, 2012, 11/27, 2012.
Cup. But think of this as where Charlie is going to be sitting. And then you have
government. What do you recommend we do to start change? Get this question all the time. I'll continue to answer it same way. I cannot.
Copy. Anyone back around?
Am I lying?
I'm not spending anymore.
And everybody like that guy is going to say they won that. I can go on the same podcast and they can eviscerate me and I can totally just get stonewalled and be like, oh my God, I don't know what I'm saying, and just ramble and never address the question. Going away from this, my allies will still say, oh my God, Decoy did such a good job because XYZ, and his fans are going to like them. There's no getting somebody to move across the aisle when everybody's entrenched so deeply. So it's like, why even bother? We can all just try to essentially target the moderates.
Ton of sense, unless it was on purpose. I haven't seen it before then, them playing a similar pattern.
In this building, as you can see there, it's charred, but we can see tons of graffiti.
I wanted to start with this today because so far we've kind of just been going big rock, big rock, big rock.
Committed against Jewish people. Just kidding.
Like the extreme stream.
Es tan importante el peso.
His freedom is to tell you what he.
Oh, now what? Now what? Now what? What else can we find?
Okay. Let the big adventure begin. We're fixing today.
Candace Owens, Andrew Wilson debate, okay, that took place last week. There's a bunch of things I want to go through. I want to go through the earpiece. I want to go through certain moments. I want to go through, whose minds were changed, a few different things that happened. But before I...
Okay.
Step right up. Step right up.
Oh my God.
Come on.
You're almost there.
World to understand how power actually works.
The most powerful people that you always thought were the most powerful, the heads of state of the largest countries around the world, there's not one layer above them, there's two layers above them.
Private banker managing hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah, dude. I've done a lot of crazy crap on TV. And in the beginning, I was...
On November 22nd, 2020.
Hey, y'all. Today we're going to be making a 3-ingredient chocolate
Ladies, gentlemen, welcome back. Hope everyone's doing well, man. We had a bunch of fun on all the lives this week.
In this video, I'm going to give you 5 jobs so desperate.
This is the craziest bike obstacle course on the planet. Get him, man! Today, 2 of the best riders in the world are going to take this on. Each obstacle gets harder the further you go, with the last one being the toughest. It genuinely might be impossible to ride.
Wow. Good evening and welcome to a program devoted entirely to lefties losing it. Let's start with Kamala Harris, who...
Theme parks have built some truly bizarre machines in the name of thrills. A few push the design so far.
Vendors are upset beyond belief, man. Cycle Drag has been covering this stuff with Sturgis and how empty it's been. It's funny how you have people in the comments say, oh man, I was there and it was pet. Nah. You're just freaking upset that you made a stupid decision and made your trip out there with $5,000-$10,000 that you blew and nothing was going on. Anyway, I talk more about that over on Biker Unfiltered or Biker Nation Unfiltered, man. New channel. Go over there, check it out. That's where I just give commentary on everything, man. Not biker news, but you know what's up. But Cycle Drag has been doing a fantastic job at covering this. So let's go over and take a look here, because he's interviewing one of the actual freaking vendors that been there. Let's take a look.
3-year effect, or was there some? Tell me about it.
Progressively getting slower. Economy's bad. They keep changing the dates, pushing it back, moving it forward. It's a number of things, and also the police are not making anything any better.
You think all these stops?
I think all these unnecessary stops just to get their finger or their foot in the door, you know, is kind of way too overboard. You know, these people just want to come here, party, spend their money. The city of Sturgis loves taking our money in the taxes, but they don't let the people come here and have fun.
Well, what's your name?
Giovanni.
Where are you from, Giovanni?
Orlando, Florida.
Awesome, very cool. Okay, so you're down in Daytona country like me. How many years you been coming to Sturgis?
Since 2016.
Wow, and you've seen a steady decline since then?
Down.
Up and down?
Yeah.
How long has this current decline been going on?
About 6 years.
6 years. And then we had a little pop for the anniversary year. And man, so one last question for you as you pack up. You guys are charged a lot of money rent to be here. So how do we work this out so that vendors can charge less for food, so that you can charge less for shirts? Is there a fix?
We need more people to come to the shows, spend their money. We need younger generations instead of just 1 or 2 generations.
Gotcha. So we're seeing a generational shift as well. Thank you guys so much.
Man, that lays it out right there from one of the vendors that have actually been there since 2016, he said. It's very interesting because the next thing that we're going to discuss is just how much these cops are really killing this freaking rally, man. And like he said, and I always say that stuff, these towns just want your money, man. They don't like you. They don't want you around. But they'll squeeze everything out of you. And we've been hearing that Sturgis is pretty bad with these cops. Now, again, you'll have these cheerleaders that go out there and spend their $5,000-$10,000 a year saying, oh, man, it's the best thing out there. It's BS, man. That rally used to be old school fun, and it's no longer even recognizable in that aspect. Hell, you can't even have women walking around with paint on the boobies without them getting a ticket. And I talk again about that over at Biker Nation Unfiltered about how, you feminists might want to get over there and, raise some hell. Let's go to this one right now. Sturgis Rally enters final weekend with fights on the rise. Law enforcement says, here we go, baby.
Well, law enforcement says this year's Sturgis Rally has gone pretty smoothly, but they're still busy as we head into the final weekend. One of the biggest issues right now, people getting into fights. Officials say overall calls are down compared to some years, but late night disturbances and bar fights are keeping them on their toes. Extra patrols are out and around downtown, at campgrounds, and along the main highways leading in and out of Sturgis. They say most people are having a good time and following the rules, but alcohol, crowds, and long days on the bike can lead to short tempers and bad decisions.
Calls for service started out slow, but we're starting to see fights and disorderly conducts are going to be the big thing, and I think that number is going to continue to grow through tonight and tomorrow.
And as riders start packing up to head home, troopers and officers are shifting their focus to the roads. They're reminding riders to wear helmets, watch for fatigue, and never drink and ride. Law enforcement is asking everyone out on the roads to be patient and alert through the end of the rally.
Yeah. Now their attention goes towards the road. You see, they want to mess with you why you're in Sturgis and give you all these kind of tickets and all that kind of stuff. But then they want to chase you out. And one of the interesting things that was brought up during Cycle Drag's interview with one of the vendors was the generational shift. It is real, man. It is real. Younger kids, they're kids to us older guys, but the younger guys are just not going to freaking Sturgis. They're not going to Daytona. They're not going to Laconia. And that is sad, but let's face it. Sturgis has a certain reputation, man, Harley Davidsons and a lot of cruiser bikes, where the younger guys and gals, they like rockets, man. They love their rockets. And you have to ask yourself, what does Sturgis have to do to get them interested in going there? It's all up and down, up and down, up and down, like the vendor said. And I also love it. Sturgis, that line about how they love to tax the hell out of us. Because you got to remember, a town like Sturgis is nothing after this rally. They make everything from this rally. So bikers really have the cards to play them. And one of the things has to be get rid of all these damn cops. You're going to need them, yeah. But you don't need them giving you a $400 ticket for parking on a yellow line like I discussed on the other channel. You don't need them harassing you for everything and anything they feel is not right or they don't believe in. You are driving people away. And with the advent of social media and people like Cycle Drag covering this stuff, the word gets out there really quick. And people see that and they base their decision on whether they're going to go or not on the coverage that they're seeing. I also seen that, a couple creators were talking about there's more RVs than there are motorcycles. Well, I can't bitch about that because, I ain't laying on the ground anymore at my age. But anyway, it just shows you the type of demographic and how it shifted from hardcore working men to more of a professional rub type of individual. And I do know that a lot of people are starting to go outside of Sturgis. See, this happened with Daytona. They're starting to go to the smaller towns because there's less cops, less headaches, and it gives them a feeling of actually being a lot truer to the purpose of why they're there. I don't take any happiness with Sturgis going downhill, man. It's basically on life support. I wonder how big it would really be in, say, 10 years. Because the Vietnam generation is aging out right now. They're what, late 70s, 80s, 90s? I don't know. Then you got my generation, Generation X. We're getting up there. And there is no replacement from the millennials or Generation Z that want to go to a place like Sturgis. Just not into it. So you're going to see a lot of people talking about why Sturgis was so down this year. All the excuses you're going to see from the pro Sturgis people. All you have to do is listen to this one vendor, man, and it sums everything up. People ain't showing up. The cops suck. People ain't spending money. And the generational shift is something that is true. Anyway, let me know what you guys think over to Biker Nation Unfiltered, man. I talk about that over there, as well as
Bikers have had enough. What happens when bikers have had enough? When reckless drivers push the wrong rider too far? This isn't just rage. This is reaction. Real, raw, unfiltered. You're about to witness the most intense biker moments ever caught on camera. This is Rage Per Minute. It's not every road rage incident that escalates the way we'd expect. Even though there was a crash here and the biker went down, he didn't damage the angry driver's car. Still, the driver wanted to make a scene and play the victim, probably hoping to get an insurance payout. But watch how this biker stepped in without hesitation, standing up for and protecting his fellow riders.
Yo, pull over. The bike is. Let him send the bike up, Ali. The bike is leaking. Your car is Hey, watch the. What's up? What's up? What's up? What? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What? 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 Nothing happened to your car. What? You see, well, nothing happened to your car. Okay, go away. What's wrong with you? Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up.
While the biker judged the filtering in a risky area, the driver also should have been more aware. This close call could have been avoided with better attention on both sides. Situations like these are rare, but serve as reminders. Standing your ground is one thing, but respecting others, especially elders, and avoiding escalation is the wiser road.
What's up? Pull the fuck over. Pull over. What's up, dude? Fuck's wrong with you? I'm not on camera.
Jeez.
Yeah. Get his break.
This road rage incident starts with a biker confronting an elderly couple, but things quickly escalate when another driver joins in, seemingly taking the couple's side against the biker. After a heated exchange and several threats, everyone pulls into a nearby gas station where the situation spirals out of control. With tensions at their peak, the police are called to intervene. Watch the full video and tell us in the comments, who do you think was in the wrong?
Serious? Yeah, I almost ran you over. You're going to jail. You go out of here. Dumb mother. Yeah, you. Great. Now we can call the cops, and I can show them the video. Call them. Get out of my face. You go ahead and call them. Get out of my face. You touched me. You assaulted me, so you get the away from me. You assaulted me by touching me. Have it on video. Good. I don't give a how fast you were going. I almost ran your over. Yeah, because you're trying to hit me. Stupid. You drove in between the traffic. Are you stupid? Just because you think it's a law, you can do whatever you want. Back up. You can't. We're gonna solve anything, okay? I'm not. You cannot do whatever you want. I'm not. Good. You show how fast you were driving. You're about to speed. You go ahead. Assault me. Get the out of my. Go ahead. Do it. We're going to file charges. We're going to file charges. Good. I can't park.
That is assault.
Drop the hitch right here, boy. I'm trying to park the it right there, boy. Absolutely not. Do it.
This is where you park. Just
you have no need to go anywhere else. Stop it right here.
Don't you back into me.
Well, you need to get out of my way.
No.
You have no need to go anywhere. Stop yelling. If we're waiting for the police, you got nowhere to go. What are they going to have? Come here. You video proof? No, you don't. You have it right there. You hitting me. I didn't hit you. You almost hit me. I almost hit you. Yeah. I didn't hit you.
Almost hit him. I
almost ran.
Do
you have video proof?
I want you.
Do you have video proof? Do you have video proof? Then it doesn't matter. You have it, and we'll get it off your camera. This is my camera.
I think I can be considered a witness.
It doesn't matter. It's inadmissible in court. It's inadmissible in court without video proof. I got video proof. Where? Don't worry about where. Yeah, you don't. You're lying. You're full of. Want to test mine, bet? I'm telling you, you're full of. It's right here. Thank God.
No kidding.
Move it then. Please help me. I am being screamed at by 4 people. Step back in your vehicle, please. Holy.
You're going to talk to
Step
him
back
first.
in your vehicle, please, and I'll talk to you in a second.
Jeez.
Oh, there it is.
I mean, I don't want to say get him with the helmet, but like you're wearing a helmet.
Let me get up!
She's looking at me like I'm going to stop this. Like,
Attacking and messing with real bikers can backfire instantly, just like in this video. After provoking the riders, the aggressor quickly found himself on the losing end of the confrontation. Due to YouTube's guidelines, we can't show the physical fight, but let's just say things didn't end well for him.
Hey! Back off!
Hey! Back off! Back off! Get off!
Get back in, try to go home. Get back in, try to go home.
let's go.
Get back in, try to go home. Go back. Go back home. What you got? Come on. Go back home. Come on. Already got on there. Shit, you think you're something? You're trying to hit us. Go home. I don't give a f*** you got. Everybody, what the fuck is that? Yeah, you're gonna be an asshole. No. You're recording the whole time, ass. We don't need to. You. I love you. You know what you're in right now. No lights, no nothing. We got everything on your piece. Go. I'm not in your piece of shit. You know you can't be me. That's where you're being. You're so lucky she's trying to run every one of your mother. Yeah, it's all on video. Yeah. I love you. Take your shit off. Yeah. I don't give a f. I got nothing to worry about. You do. You're on camera. You are too. The whole thing. We did. You're just an asshole. Go home. Go. I don't give a shit. Come on. Oh.
I saw you guys late, but then you go on your. I saw it.
I got on video too.
Good.
Yeah.
Moments like these, where a biker's heart nearly stops from a close call, are far too common. Always ride with maximum caution and awareness.
Слышь, придурок, я вижу, куда еду. Что орешь? Я ребенок маленький. Ты что мы, блядь? Вы летите. Видите, следи, да? Да? Я не хочу своим проверять. Хули орешь-то, ебать? Ты не орал, блядь, а я сейчас... Замахиваешься, блядь, стоишь ты. Замахиваешься. Хули пацанов-то положил, ладно? Я положил. Ты замахиваешься, блядь, придурок. Что, да? Меня ребенка напугали. Да, напугали. У вас есть мост. Чё ты знаешь? Вот.
Drivers must ensure their truck are properly clean and secured before entering traffic. In this case, an hay straw has created a hazard, forcing the biker to take evasive action to stay safe.
You're gonna get killed on that thing, how you drive that.
What?
You're gonna get killed on that thing, how you drive that.
How was I driving it?
Like this.
I was wearing out my tires. Helps. You pulled out in front of me with all that crappy hay, bro.
Yeah, I know. I hear you.
You're not even gonna apologize?
No, you're gonna get killed.
Bro, what? I did. You're stupid. 2 on 3, please.
That's the worry. But I had 2 brothers, and a lot of best friends get killed on motorcycles. Okay, I just want you to be careful. I live on Jackson Street, and I see you going up and down on there all the time. Moving down the street. I'm not trying to be an. I'm just trying to, maybe give you some lies.
I know.
Word. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've been in this town. I have 3 kids, 3 sons that are police officers. All right. I could easily take your plate, and I have friends. I'm not doing it. I'm not trying. I'm just trying to.
Well, I didn't do anything illegal.
Okay. But you can't be going like this down the street. Just trying to say, be more careful. Think about.
I'm being careful. I don't appreciate it when someone pulls out in front of me and the hay's coming out on me.
Hey, you went on the other side of me. The hay wasn't going on there. But so, hey, I'm just telling you. And then you got smart. How old are you?
Does that matter?
Yeah, it does.
All
You need
right.
to grow up.
I need to grow up. You're like 50, talking to a kid like
Older than
this.
that, buddy. And I'm gonna tell you something. I got 3 boys that never got smart with anybody. I'm not trying to be smart. I'm just telling you to be careful on that thing.
I will be careful.
All right.
The driver was being smug and showing off his connections, but the biker kept it cool and rode off with a wheelie. Stylish exit.
Nice. Can you give me a second? Jesus Christ. Give me a second, man. I'm just trying to lock it up. Give me a second to walk away. Don't, hey, bro me. I'm aware you're behind me. Try it. I don't know who you are fucking honking at me. Dude, I can see you. I got eyes. I'm not going to back up into you. I see you. Don't be honking at people for no reason then, man. I'm not trying to do anything. You're the one getting violent with me. I'm not going to shut the up. Who you think you are? This is America, baby. This is America, baby.
Raise your hands and see what happens.
Go ahead, man. Move on. Because he honked at me.
No, because you opened your mouth, tough guy. You ain't even supposed to park there. Are you handicapped?
Man. Yep, give me 1 second, please.
That's the big fan.
Do you think that's the accident? Whoa, 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 whoa! The f is this guy doing? Why are you driving down the middle of the road, man? What are you doing? Oh,
What?
accident and a half. Look at this.
Oh my god.
Look straight ahead. It's all upside down, man. And
Oh.
wrecked.
My god. Oh my.
Car- Van and a holy.
Ja, absolut. Ja. Ja, lass mal kurz los. Tschüss, was war das denn? Keine Ahnung. Alles ist gut, Digga. Ich fahr so. Auf einmal ist er nur so. Geht das Ding weg? Nee, keine Ahnung.
Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-ba. Bum, bum, bum. Ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba. Ba-ba.
What the f are you doing?
Like stop here, son? No, I was trying to merge, and then this guy cut my cut me off, and then so I slammed my front brake and it locked up. Bro, the one time I have my ABS off.
Why have it off? Are you good?
No. You cannot sit.
Bro, my bike. I want to see my bike.
The ambulance is coming. The ambulance is coming. It's late.
You drove into me, man. You drove into me. You came across me.
Are you the yellow car?
The golden car, yeah.
I tried to go in between you and you.
No, I went to that side because I heard the sound. I tried to,
Yes, so I slammed my brake and I hit you.
Yeah.
Yeah. You went left and I slammed my brake.
That's because I saw you came in between on this side.
Yes.
I saw you. I heard the sound from your bike.
You didn't have to move.
Sorry?
You didn't have to move.
didn't have to move.
You just hit me.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. That's the fact. Right. Upper gear. This group of yeah. Ooh. The hell?
When I saw this, you were headed that way.
Oh?
I came in here. And
Yeah.
all of a sudden, you're behind me.
I was in this lane.
When I was here, you looked like you were going in that way. That's like here.
Yeah, I was just gonna say for future reference to try not to assume that the bike.
I was looking to come here, and that's when I thought I saw.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm just saying, like in the future, just don't assume that we're gonna go into another lane. Thank you, ma'am.
An incredibly close call occurred when a truck driver dangerously cut off a biker, highlighting just how reckless and risky such actions are on the road.
Oh man.
Callie's totaled. Yeah, I'm pretty messed up. Broken collarbone. I guess he's a newer rider. I don't know what happened other than the truck may have spooked him. And it was like, it's so crazy. It was like in slow motion. I'm like, dude, he's going. I think he's going off road. He's going. Like he's going down. Dude, the other guy, he's so messed up, man. He's like, he's in really bad shape.
Oh shit. Dislocated. Oh. Yeah, oh, it's up. Oh, what the fuck?
Okay, bhaiya. Help me. Stop. Oh, bhaiya, stop. Okay, bhaiya. Cool. It's okay. Okay, bhaiya, bye.
What's that? Oh.
stop? Perché non l'hai fatto, mi hai tagliato la strada. Però allo stop ci si ferma, si dà la precedenza sia a destra sia a sinistra. I danni alla moto adesso chi li ripaga?
The biker confronted the driver responsible for the crash, expressing frustration over the reckless behavior that led to the incident.
Come here. Hey, your taillight's out.
Yeah, no.
Okay, I just want to let you know.
Yeah.
Oh, I sold out.
Went back into it a couple weeks.
Nuh-uh.
$185 freaking.
Hey, he was pretty cool. He's a cool guy. I like that guy. I wonder if he likes me.
Nossa, moça.
Nossa.
Moça, a senhora tá bem? Calma aí, moça. Não levanta. Chama a ambulância, moça. Moça atravessou o bagulho aí sem olhar, mano. Over there. You.
A peaceful ride through a forest road turned unfortunate when the biker lost traction and slid, resulting in a crash.
Seriously, dude, you want to pull out like that? Really? You want to pull out like that with a biker? No, not go. You're a professional driver. You should know better. Really? What the f are you doing? You're on the wrong side of the road. You're on the wrong side of the road. What are you doing? What are you doing? Get ball. What's wrong with you?
What the fuck?
Sure.
Thank you. You're a legend, man. Thank you. What's the hurry? What's the hurry, mate? You came that close to me. Be careful. Look at that idiot. Ciao, come stai? No, penso che non sia successo niente quella volta.
Tu venivi da Piacenza?
Sì.
Allora San Rocco, lo vedi quella foto, quella placca che c'è lì?
Ah.
Di quel ragazzo?
Ah.
Quello è mio figlio.
Mm.
mio figlio che ha perso la vita. Non t'ho visto, chiedo scusa. No, cosa... No, tranquillo, non è successo niente con la moto. L'importante è la vita, no, non è neanche la moto. No, ma anche la moto. Perché l'hai pagato, non è che l'hai trovato per strada. Quindi... Sì, no, non è successo niente con la moto. Sì, il massimo che è questo. Niente, lascia stare, quello l'importante è che non ti sei fatto niente tu e la moto. Sì. Mi dispiace tanto. No, tranquillo. Mi dispiace tanto. Allora, il mio numero di telefono.
Get off that phone! Get off that phone and hang that up!
Get off that fucking phone.
What do you mean, what? Go right into my lane because you're on that goddamn phone! Hang that shit up! That's right! That's right! Yapping on the phone! Got right into my lane!
Jeez.
I'm not pissed at you. No, literally, I'm not pissed. I'm just saying, like, be careful when you're on your phone. I have a friend who died from it. I have you on camera, so I know you were on your phone. I don't care. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm just saying be careful. You're just being a right now. I'm nice. I didn't do anything to you. You're giving me the finger. I didn't even answer. Think a little bit. Think. Because I know you're wrong. You're on your phone and it's illegal.
It's illegal.
Oh, shit. Wow. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, it's not just you out there.
You all right, bro?
I'm good.
What happened?
He fucking pulled out on the red light, almost hitting me. Because he didn't want to come to a complete stop.
Careful, man. Careful.
No, I don't say anything.
Just careful. All right? Just careful.
You're taking my car.
Just careful. What happened? To be safe out there, right? Yeah. Be careful. It's fine. It just folds in, all right? I know he's angry. That's how road rage happens, man.
Sì, lavoro tutta la settimana, tira so che io c'hai lì, tira so che io c'hai lì, Dio cane, mi lavoro tutta la settimana, devi qua a rompere i coglioni, hai capito? Devi a rompere i coglioni che sono in letto un giorno a settimana, va bene? Scusi. Detto capito? Sì. La prossima volta che vieni qua, mi metti in mezzo qua la macchina di Ocan. Va bene? Sì. Dio porco, che casa vuoi fare?
I'm being recorded. What? What?
This is private property.
Oh my God! No, it's not. I have permission to be here. I do.
We'll find out from the sheriff.
Oh my God! Are you, dude? Why are you being a dick?
This is private property.
No, it's not, dude. I have permission. See, the lady over there, she owns this.
She doesn't.
Yeah, she does. Dude, I've been riding here for 2.5 years.
This land has been purchased.
By who?
It is part of the Dallas Terrace subdivision. You are on private property.
Dude, this isn't private property. I have permission to be here.
Well, we'll let the sheriff decide that.
Are you videotaping me?
Yes, I am.
Well, I'm videotaping you too.
That's good.
Why are you videotaping me though?
I just told you, and I'm not going to go through it again. You've been told before not to do this.
What?
You've been told before not to do this.
Not to ride here? What are you talking about? I plan on to confront that guy at his house, you know, and let him know what the deal is, because I don't want him to call the cops not knowing that I legitimately have permission to be here.
Oh, shit. I gotta get this home, bro. I think she's still holding air, but she's fucking bent out of holy shit. Oh my God. Słucham? A czemu nie? Nie wolno, to jest las. Nie płaciony, no. Już jest rozjeżdżone. A mogę. Tam też jest rozjeżdżone. Miłego dnia. So.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! F you! F you!
Wait, wait! Wait, no, stop! Stop! You know. Yeah? Do you want to apologize? You nearly knocked him off! You nearly.
He knocked him off. Dickhead. Bye, bitch.
So badass.
What?
So badass. Real tough guy.
I was trying to get out of the way of some other dip. You dip. Shut the f up and go. Go before I call the cops, dip. Go. Just stay there.
Problem. He went to the other fucking lane, you dumb. I said he went to the other lane to get to me. Are you stupid? We were one lane, the turning lane. He went to the mother turning lane. You're retarded. It's a fucking 2-lane street to fucking turn. Behind him, right? Why you got glasses?
Da poghersi că face imagine. Totul sfă. Cu ce mă întrasă? Ира, куцу же драс. Ира, то ловко, imagine. Я filmох, tu mă nași.
Wat zeg je?
Dan kom je een eind mee. Kom achter mij en dan geef je me de ruimte niet.
Jo, die halve meter man. Loop niet met zeuren. Wat maakt die halve meter uit, man? Wat maakt die halve meter nou uit?
Jo, ik rijd zelf ook motor, maar ik rijd niet zoals jij rijdt. Dan kom je een heel eind mee.
That's it.
Why am I for a red light?
No, hang on. Oh. Hey, you just went through a red light and you hit a motorcyclist. And I've got it. I don't think they was working. They were working, mate. Was they? Yeah, you nearly hit him on that motorbike. Oh, sorry. I didn't think they were working. Yeah, they're working. Yeah, well, they're green now. What, when you ready? What?
I'm just telling you, I'm warning you. That's
What?
I'm trying to tell you. The moms down here are pissed because you were flying through here and you were doing tricks. I just got a tearful of it.
I haven't done wheelies on this road once.
I'm warning you. If it wasn't you, it was someone else, and the police have been called. I'm just telling you, no one's in trouble.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to tell you. I was trying to get your attention.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
What? Nothing's wrong with it. Just interesting. It's interesting. I've just never seen anything like that before. Good. I like it. It's just interesting. I've just never seen anything like it before. You go off-roading with this thing? That's cool, man. Well, good for you, man. Interesting. Thank you. That thing is weird.
Oh my god. She's smoking her cigarette and looking this way. Oh, it's this right here. Hey, fat bitch. Yo! You not use your eyes? Did you not like turn your head to see me?
I didn't see you. I'm sorry.
You should use your mirrors and then turn your head.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you didn't look. They won't be sorry if I'm dead. All right, let's fucking do this. Ready? Oh, he's here. I just want to talk to you real quick. What? No, I just want to talk to you real quick. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. All right, he's telling me to take the camera off. I'm gonna leave it recording though. I got permission by the HOA. What? I can't hear you. I talked to the president of the HOA, and he said, "Can you open the door?" Okay, all right. I mean, I have permission.
We are on the board, okay? So we know the president. So that's not true.
Yeah, but I talked to him. I have his number and everything. I talked to him. And he said,
That's not true.
did he tell you that?
We are board members.
But are you the president?
We are the vice president.
I talked to the president. What's her name? Ellsbury or whatever?
That's all right.
Also, the cop said it was fine. As long as...
No, it is not. You have to talk to the police that come here and told us, okay?
I talked to him too.
That's fine. But if you don't come back to our house again, all right?
All right, that's totally fine. I will not come back to your house. I just want to let you...
Cameras, and you are on recording.
Okay.
All right.
I just wanted you to know that I do have permission to be there now.
Don't.
Yes, I do.
Okay, go away. The cops will deal with it.
Got me on camera?
I got earplugs in. I can't hear you, sir.
Go on the other side.
I can't hear you.
You're a
Open your window then. Coward. See. Yeah, I got the whole thing, mate. Lanes, one car on this side, other car on the other side. If you drive like this like a fucking idiot, who else can drive in the car? You're a fucking idiot.
You can throw these things into freaking turns. Oh shit! There we go. Video for you. Yo, man, please watch where you're going. I was right next to you. You turned into me, man. You cut across the lane. There's 2 lanes, man. There's 2 lanes that can go straight. No, you weren't. I promise you, man. I'm not here to start a fight with you. I have it on camera. Nothing needs to happen. I just want to tell you to be safe. Really.
Be safe.
Yeah, there's 2 lanes. You're in the left lane. I was coming up on the right. I was going fast, but nothing happened. It's just something hit my foot. It kind of hurts, but I'm good, man. Just be safe, please. Whew, I'm shaking. No, I'm good. Yeah, my foot kind of hurts. That's it, though. Well, that'll be a good video. At least nobody got hurt.
Look where, hey, you. Look where you're going, you. You. Use your mirror, you fat. Pull over. You want to pull over? Pull fucking over. Yeah? Pull over. Pull over. Hey. You gonna do something, mother? You gonna do something?
I ain't do nothing to you, dog.
No. You're
in the rain for me.
What do you mean?
I'm in my lane like this.
You're supposed to check your fucking mirrors before you change lanes. I was lane splitting, which is legal. Lane, you were trying to. You came. I got it on camera. I got it on camera. You want to get on YouTube today and see you came over in my fucking lane? Yeah. So don't talk shit. You ain't gonna do nothing. What? Get your ass whooped. Talk all that shit, don't want to do nothing. See.
Hit my mirror. Yeah, he did.
Oh shit! Wow.
Yes, sir.
Односторонняя улица. Односторонняя. Односторонняя улица. Везде. Вот за перекрестком двухсторонняя. Ну нельзя тут ездить. Вот чудило, а.
A chain of events led up to this, but the final act, driving straight through a red light, shows just how dangerously careless some drivers can be.
I knew he was gonna do it too. I literally knew he was gonna do that. These people these days, dude, they have no. There's no awareness.
What's up? What's up? What's up? You good? Alright, dude, you're falling a little too close there. I cut you off? How is that cutting you off? It's called lane splitting. At a stoplight? Alright, dude. Alright, even if I did cut you off, I didn't put you in danger. There's no need to follow me that closely. Fuck you. Dude. Don't follow me that close then. Did I fucking cut you off? Yeah, you fucking did. You went in front of me. You cut the lane. You went in front of me. Alright, even if I did cut you off, why do you need to get so mad over that? Because I got a fucking temper, that's why. Yeah, I can fucking tell. Yeah, chill the fuck out. Oh, tough guy.
I said, you guys got to go find some else to play with. Play instead of around here. Now, damn it, you're harassing me here. And I'm going to call the police.
How are we harassing them?
Your goddamn noisy bikes.
We're just riding down the road.
Bullshit. I heard you out here revving them up. I'm calling the sheriff. I'm going to call him every freaking day until I
Damn.
get some action.
All right.
You like have fun?
I only trail that goes through here. I'm sorry, sir. All right, you have a good day too. Hey, you don't need to be yelling at us. You come out here and do us, though, you can be nice and polite. I totally understand. I completely understand. I live down the road. There's people who go down my house, by my house, they do the same thing.
Well, you guys go ahead. You can stay right there.
We're just passing by. We're just passing.
Promener.
Comment?
Promener, là-bas.
Ok, sorry. Doucement.
Annexe doucement.
Yes.
Tranquille. Fini ici. C'est une maison là-bas.
Non, mais là, chemin pour tout le monde.
Non,
Chemin
pas tout le monde.
Calme, filme.
Hey. Q. It's the last time.
Moi, tapez-moi. Moi, allez voir flic, porter plainte. Homologué. Homologué, phare, permis, papier. Donc toi, allez te faire enculer.
Promener.
Oui, ok.
Promener. Fini. Coupé. Promener.
Oui.
Descendez. Maintenant, direct.
Ah, ok.
Non.
On pousse?
Toi aussi, on pousse. Oui.
Ok. Sorry.
Attention le chien.
Oui.
Descends.
On peut démarrer?
Sur la route. C'est une maison ici.
Le chemin, il est public. Le chemin, elle est homologuée. Regarde. Look. La plaque. Look. Il n'y a aucun problème. Homologué. Permis, papier. On a tout, on est avec.
Oui, la vitesse.
Le bridge. On a le droit. Ça va. On s'est arrêté, vous avez vu. On est poli, vous venez nous emmerder. C'est tout filmé, monsieur. On est avec, on peut aller voir la gendarmerie. Là, en vrac, vous avez essayé de me menacer.
Tu fais rien, c'est vous qui faites.
Non, on a l'égalité en France. En France, on a...
Goodbye, way.
happens next is up to you. Will you be a part of the ride or watch from the sidelines? Subscribe now and prepare for the next episode. This is Rage Per Minute.
Wow.
Was hoping we would actually be able to have that constructive dialogue. I was upset that we could not spend more time discussing this case. And once that happened, he was completely deflated. I mean, Andrew Wilson was very lost, and it was almost like he had to remember things they wanted him to bring up. It was very obvious that his foot just wanted out. I think his foot wanted to tell the truth. The foot was just, it wanted out. They're like, oh, the foot holds the truth, you know? Andrew lies, but the foot just doesn't want to be there. His boot, he was literally shaking in his boots. I don't know what was going on there. And he couldn't
Nicotine fit, probably.
sort of composure. I didn't understand anything he was getting at beyond that. He started that bizarre inquisition about my show's timeline, demanding to know why it was my show's official timeline and why I had included Tyler Robinson and Pengwich eating a steak. And I don't know if he's just averse to organization. I love organizing. Timelines make sense to me. I love highlighting them. I love putting timestamps. I'm very proud of that. I don't know what he was getting at. He just wanted to know. I'm like, I spoke to the owner. The owner told me that he pulled the receipt, that it was Tyler Robinson's receipt. And so I included this on my timeline. And then the receipt that was shared was the real receipt. And then he's like, well, why didn't you ask the merchant? Like, he's like, this is still not evidence. You gotta call Visa and MasterCard. I mean, take a listen to what he said. It was so absurd.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102 approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like, if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler Robinson's.
I just want to say you're holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it. I'm just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
so should that be added in an official timeline that
it's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure. But
well,
I'm
I just
asking,
want to make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
and then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got the information, what happened next, would the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it. Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show. He's like the first person account of the server saying that he served him. They contacted the FBI. He shared his experience. He recognized Tyler Robinson on the news. He gave an interview. The owner, I spoke to him. He said, he's like, none of that is positive evidence. I'm legitimately held to a higher standard than the FBI. Meanwhile, we got the lead investigator on the case up there, and they're asking him during the preliminary hearing, how did you know that the maroon person walking up the stairs was the same person as the individual who was wearing the black shirt later that day. And he says, Andrew says that's part of the overwhelming evidence. Okay, they're both me. Did you call Visa and MasterCard beyond speaking to all of these people beyond the receipt? Did you call to confirm a Visa with the merchant that this was in fact the Tyler Robinson who was up? No, actually, I haven't done that. But you know what? My timeline is going to stay my timeline. I'm proud of my timeline. I'm a very organized person. My pantry is very clean. I love the Container Store. I use label makers for everything, even my seasonings in my cabinet. I have label makers in my refrigerator. So I will not allow you to tell me about how my timeline should be organized. That's what I want to say. I almost lost it there. Suburban moms who have organized pantries, stand up. At the end of the day, I am so embarrassed for Turning Point USA. I cannot imagine Erica hugging this person. I've got to show you guys more clips of him. He is literally disgusting, right? And they thought this guy was going to be able to take me down. I was trained by Charlie Kirk, and they sent me Andrew Wilson. But I will say on a positive note, it was bittersweet because it was just amazing to remember all of those things that Charlie told me not to do, not to fall for. Don't start attacking him personally. I did not engage in that. He opened with that ad hominem attacks against me. Remembering to always overstudy. Like I took it very seriously. Obviously, I was not planning gotcha clips, but I was marking up filings, reminding myself, rewatching the preliminary hearing, going back to the timeline to remind myself because so much has transpired, obviously, in 11 months. And Charlie used to always tell me that you see people get crushed in these sorts of debates who are overconfident, and then there's just like the one kid who asked, so never underestimate your opponent. I know, and I obviously not expect that he was just going to be one of these weird middle-aged men with gotcha clips. I thought he was genuinely going to read at least one of the case filings, what are the charges. But it was like I said, good to go through that again, and to be studying and to do the thing that he said with the note cards. I did every single thing that Charlie told me to do, and to stay calm when they're trying to poke you, be aware of people that are trying to put you into these sorts of legal traps. And it genuinely, when it concluded, we were just like cheering. We were so happy. Bittersweet, obviously, because I never thought in any of that learning with Charlie that it would one day be me debating someone that his organization clearly sent. But such is life. And I'm happy that it is me that is exposing what his organization has become in the wake of his assassination. Anyway, we'll be back after a brief break. All right, you guys, I want to pass along a heartfelt thank you from my friends over at Preborn. Their president, Dan Steiner, asked me to share just how grateful they are for faithful supporters like you. So far this year, because of generous partners, more than 50,000 babies have been saved from abortion. That means 50,000 lives changed and generations have been impacted. Every tax-deductible gift is used to rescue babies and share the hope of Jesus Christ with their mothers. In fact, this year alone, more than 8,000 women have made decisions to follow Christ, all because someone like you helped provide a free ultrasound. It costs just $28 to provide one life-saving ultrasound, and $15,000 can place an ultrasound machine in a pregnancy clinic where it can save countless lives for years to come. Dan's message is very simple. Thank you. Your generosity is saving lives for both Earth and eternity, and today there are still mothers that are waiting for that same life-changing moment. So if you'd like to give, dial pound 250 and say the keyword baby. That's pound 250 baby, or visit preborn.com/Candace. Again, that's preborn.com/Candace. I also want to remind you guys about Ethos, because life has a way of changing your priorities when you least expect it. One day you're focused on what's next for you. The next you're thinking about a home, a family, and how to build a future that feels secure. As your world grows, so does your perspective. That shift in mindset is what led me to make life insurance a priority. It's one of those things that's easy to put off. Having it in place gives me peace of mind knowing the people I care about would have financial support if the unexpected ever happened. Getting covered today is simpler, faster, and more affordable than many people realize. That's why I love Ethos, because with Ethos, you can apply online in just minutes, no medical exams, no waiting rooms. You just answer a few health questions and you could be covered the very same day. Ethos has a 4.9 out of 5 stars on Trustpilot with over 5,500 reviews. And what really stands out to me is that Ethos helps match you with coverage that actually fits your life, your goals, your budget. with up to $3 million in coverage and plans starting around $30 a month. Protecting your family can feel very doable. Peace of mind should not be complicated, so take 10 minutes to get covered today with life insurance through Ethos. Get your free quote at ethos.com/Candace. Again, that's ethos.com/Candace. Application times may vary and rates may vary as well. And I have to remind you guys about Pure Talk because a recent industry survey found that Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars across every category: coverage, support, value, and data. You deserve 5-star wireless service, and now Pure Talk has an invitation for you. If you switch to Pure Talk today, you can get any plan, including their top shelf unlimited data plans, for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. No contract necessary. It's just an insanely good offer to switch to a top-rated company. Pure Talk's dedicated U.S. customer service team is a huge part of why they have 5 stars for support. Their team saves the average family of 4 over $1,000 a year. Now's a great time to choose Pure Talk. You'll pay just $15 a month for your first 3 months on any plan. Simply head to puretalk.com/Owens to claim this offer. Again, that's puretalk.com/Owens to start saving today. Okay, so much that I want to say about the reaction on the internet. It was fantastic. First and foremost, I don't think the left and right have ever been united on anything. But in our general sense of what Turning Point USA has become, we're united. Genuinely, he performed so badly that not even the neocons would touch it. The best they could do for Andrew Wilson was to say it was unwatchable. No one, I couldn't even watch it. I couldn't even watch it. So it doesn't even matter how anybody did. And everyone who was backing him just sort of backed off immediately, and they're doing their best, but they can't pretend. The memes have been exceptional from the left and from the right. They have been exceptional, mocking him. It's amazing to see. This man is not a conservative, by the way. I'm so sick of these like wannabe like C-list people that come out and then just call themselves conservatives, but obviously live their lives in a way that is anything but. They're complete frauds. I'm going to go through some of my favorite memes. Andrew, first off, coming out and declaring that he won by asking, not ChatGPT, he asked Claude. And Claude told him, since every poll said he didn't win with humans, he then went to Claude and drummed up a conversation, I guess. And Claude told him he really was the winner. He really was the winner. Everyone who's a human didn't like you, but the robot community loves you. And he did tweeted this: every AI source will say I won. This was never in question. Specifically,
how
AI
colorful
programs
hers
for this
is.
purpose. He actually ended up getting a fact check on this, and people
That's
explained
crazy.
that it's just AI is scraping
All
from
3
establishment
colors.
sources. And we all know the establishment is behind Turning Point USA. But this is just the most pathetic thing I've ever seen. He literally
you're all
crashed markets, by the way. During the debate, I didn't know that Polymarket had odds on whether or not Tyler Robinson
colors
would
like
be
that.
convicted. And during the debates, the odds crashed. That represents our debate day, where you see that line going down. That is how poorly he performed. Tyler Robinson, convicted of homicide, dropped into the 30s. I think it hit 34% during our debate, which was positively hilarious. But I'm going to show you some of my favorite memes. So you might have seen on the thumbnail, if you are not following this account, I think it's Wear Forbidden Clothing is the @ handle. I want to make sure I get that correct. They are so funny. For years, I've been following them. They are so funny. But this video that they created, this AI video, which went viral this weekend and which is represented, as I said, on my thumbnail, just tickled me so much, of Erica calling in Andrew after that abysmal performance. Take a listen and a watch of this.
Wait, I can explain.
Shabbat shalom, Andrew.
What?
We invested a lot in you.
I was having nicotine withdrawal. The chair was uncomfortable. I barely slept. My foot was
Silence.
She asked you to name one of the 7 charges. You said positive evidence 47 times.
It was a framework.
47 times, Andrew. Bring me the jar.
No. No, please, not the pickles.
Jars wide shut. And just to correct that, the handle is @WearForbidden on X. And The reason why it's jars wide shut is because this goes back to a moment where he was being disrespectful to a woman who couldn't open a jar. I think it was actually of olives or pickles on the whatever podcast, and he was smoking a cigarette, and then she said, okay, then you open it, and he couldn't open it. So now he's kind of called Pickle Boy, and that, again, his false bravado all the time is what gets him into these circumstances. I absolutely loved that. I also loved the stages of grief. Everybody grieves differently. So he's grieving by first talking to Claude. The 5 stages of debate grief. This is from @Alpha Approved. They write denial. I totally won that debate. Number 2, anger. That was rigged, biased, unfair. That's actually going to happen. His wife. Number 3, bargaining. Okay, maybe I lost, but Candace is worse. Number 4, depression. Why do I even debate? And number 5, acceptance, which will come, which will say, he will come out and say, all right, maybe I should have prepared. Maybe I should have known one of the charges. We are at phase 1, and we are also at phase 2, which I can give you an example of his wife trying to suggest that we maybe rigged the mic pieces is crazy. Okay, I have one in my ear right now. It allows us to hear what the producers are saying. As I told you, his guy Rob, who was very professional and kind, so no shade to Rob, was sitting next to them. And that's why he was saying, could you pull a clip or whatever? His team was right next to my team. And these earpieces do not work beyond 15 feet out of the control room. So they just, and Andrew will tell you that every time he got up, he had to reset it. They don't work. So there's no one else that could possibly be talking in your ear because of the structure of our walls. So anyway, Rachel responds, who's his like horrific wife, responds to somebody trying to pretend that I was receiving intel on that last question because they're still coping over this. Was Candace Owens being fed answers? Something about the debate caught my attention. Both Candace and Andrew appeared to be wearing in-ear monitors. So what are these actually used for? And he kind of goes through all this. I literally turned these people into a conspiracy theorist by the end of it. He started off by calling us conspiracy theorists. And then by the end of it, he was going through my phone and thought that I was texting people for answers. That's amazing. That's a flawless victory. That's a flawless victory. To end it with him suggesting a conspiracy where what I was actually doing when he came back in the chair, because I barely got up. I literally only got up one time he went up every break. I did not get up. I was tweeting. You guys saw me tweet right before that. I sent one tweet. I texted nobody during the entire debate because I was focused. I was locked in. But then I was like, I'm going to send everybody a tweet because I feel pretty confident I won this. And when he came back, he saw me doing that and thought that I texted someone. Which is very funny. And guess what? The answer to a conspiracy theory, I demonstrated for him. Here's my phone. Just answer the question. Make the person feel comfortable. You don't have to go crazy. And it's the one thing Turning Point USA does not want to do at all is answer any questions. They just want to send these debate bros, I guess, out. But this was absolutely hilarious that I thought that meme was fantastic. We also created our own meme because I used to be anti Turning Point USA shills, but he's different. I don't want anybody referring to Andrew Wilson as a paid shill. Andrew Wilson's not a paid shill. Is this like the Drizzy meme? TPUSA sending paid shills, not cool. TPUSA sending shills that pay? We're with it. We're with it. Send more, Turning Point. That's how you'll show them. Pay $100,000 an hour to be embarrassed. Genius. What a great idea. That's amazing. That's my new rate, $100,000 if you want me to embarrass you. He must be into that or whatever. Anyways, his wife had responded to that and pretended, like tried to add to it. Like, I know that they had headpieces, but I'm not really sure why they had these headpieces. I believe the contract stipulated that each of them was allowed to wear an earpiece. That's just a lie. Why do they lie so much? Why do they lie all the time? No, the earpieces, which he and I were sharing left and right, were just a producer. Our producers, we all heard the exact same thing, and PBD had a direct line to them. Then this cope was hilarious because obviously Steven Crowder is somehow invested in this and, just never growing up. And when he did I guess he was on the phone with Andrew Wilson right after the debate, was speaking to him. He kind of tried to imply like one way that we tried to hurt him was by not providing him with hair and makeup because he looked like he was sweating. Like that was our fault or something. Take a listen to this absurd exchange.
Did they Nixon JFK you? Because she has a full stylist and makeup crew. Did they give you makeup and no. You looked a little bit.
I would have refused.
You looked a little bit shiny. You looked a little shiny.
Refused it.
You looked a little shiny.
Yeah, it looked a little shiny. It happens.
I don't even know what to say about it. It's like first and foremost, we do not have, again, asserting something confidently and lying. I know they have wardrobe. We do not have, and nor have we ever had wardrobe. We do not have a full-time makeup artist. We do not have a full-time hairstylist, none of that. So in between takes, I take care of myself always. That's it. Everybody knows that my cousin does my hair. She's the one that gives me the blowouts and takes care of my hair. People have known this for years, since before I was even a podcaster. She has been taking care of my hair. And our makeup artist was actually off that day. She does a glam and go though. So it's like in the morning, she comes in and then she leaves. So this being a point, like as if PBD, somebody was coming out and flying in and making him look good and making me look good, that this is how much these people were coping, like trying to find a conspiracy to make it seem like there was something that was not fair. If you look greasy, pull up a mirror instead of going out and having a cigarette and having a smoke and, powder your own face. I don't know what to tell you. We're a small team and we're just not, we don't care about things like that. We don't want to spend a bunch of money on things to make ourselves feel important. And my favorite of the copes was his wife conceding exactly what us conspiracy theorists have been saying since the very beginning, is that actually the grifters are these people. They know nothing about the case at all. They just want to go on TV and say, oh, this person's scared of me. This person won't debate. They don't know anything. So she writes this long tweet, and it's right there in yellow. She says, of course, Candace will know the details better. So she admits, I knew the details better. She's been covering this day in and day out for 11 months and doing practically nothing else. Andrew had about 6 days to prepare. There's no way he was going to beat her on having more knowledge of the details. Goodness, Rachel. Wow. This is a wife that, so she admits that I beat him on that, A, which stands against his. I won the debate, but of course, this is no longer a serious organization that cares about whether or not people are living their lives admirably. This is no longer, it is crazy to me that if you just go through the clips and learning about Andrew and Rachel Wilson, that this is who they tied their horse to, and this is who they're feeding information to, that any person would willfully donate to them, that any person would want their child to sign up for this conservative organization that is not representing conservative principles. My opinion, by the way. Where's my positive evidence for it? Andrew Wilson. Is that positive evidence? I don't know. What does it all mean? Can it be my opinion that Turning Point USA is a dumpster fire? Because that's what it is. I do want to address this very quickly. I realize we are now way over time. I don't know if we're going to have time for book club because I didn't realize I had so many words to say. But people were randomly, as soon as I said I would take it. So first it's she's scared. There's money on the table. And that's what I'm doing wrong. I'm being scared and not taking the money. Then I take the money, exactly what he offers, $200K, and I'm the bad guy because how could I take the money? These people are insane. They're just insane. There's no way to make them happy. They can't leave you alone and let you just investigate the case because you got to, the money's on the table. And then they chastise you for taking the money. And they were all instantly like, Candace needs to establish a trust for Erica Kirk. Like the people outside of Michael Knowles, the people that I absolutely despise, all saying this in unison, that I need to donate this money and establish a trust for Charlie's children. And then people just randomly telling me what I should do with the money. Like, for example, this person, multimillionaire Candace Owens, should donate her victory money to Tyler Robinson's defense if she really thinks that he's innocent. Andrew Wilson put his money where his mouth is. Why doesn't Candace? Like, I didn't offer Tyler Robinson publicly go across things and say, I'm going to prove to people that I think he's innocent. I'm going to give 300. I never did that. I don't do that. Those sorts of things. That's not what I do. I'm not braggadocious, and nor would any person who knows the least bit about finance be so stupid as to spend $300,000 to have a conversation with someone who debates for free. Always do my annual debates with Piers Morgan. They're for free. Been debating all across college campus. I was doing that for free. I've had because Turning Point USA just hates me this much. And we're obviously, Blake Neff and Andrew Colvett were retweeting him as he was going after me and offering more and more money. And now they think the solution to that is for me to open a trust for Charlie's children, which in a way, I know it's not, but it feels like money laundering. The organization that's hunting me, you want me to then give the money to the person who would be in control. That would, at first, of course, would be Erica. First and foremost, what I want to say is there are a few things I despise more than fake altruism. People who do charity as a part of a PR program and not because it's necessary or needed. And Charlie Kirk's children have been multimillionaires while he was alive, and that increased in his death. Many people opened trusts, raised money. The last thing that Charlie Kirk's children need is more money. What they need is a stable parent, and unfortunately, I can't give them that. Right? I can't give them that. Mom doesn't want to be home. Dad can't be home. And the one thing they need is not a bunch of influencers using them as a talking point and suggesting that 300 more K could plausibly make a difference. And like I said, there's something about it that just feels icky. Like the very people who sent the person to hunt you are basically trying to create a peer pressure campaign for you to give the money back. Like that's not going to stand for me. And so instead, what I would like to announce that I'm doing with my money thus far, what I've decided, other than the fact that I did go to Waffle House this weekend, is I'm going to take care of the people who took care of me. As this organization has fixated, sent influencers, is a part and parcel of these group chats that are coming together, protect Erica Kirk, of people who have attempted to make our children feel unsafe, that they have gotten behind, retweeted, supported. I'm going to look out for those people. People like my sister. If you want an organization that's going to get money from me, it's going to be the Catholic Church, the priests that took care of me emotionally when I was coming apart with the realization that Charlie and everything that he had worked for, he's been betrayed. Charlie has been betrayed. Everybody can see that. You betray him every single day when you do these sorts of things. You betray who he was. You betray the friendships that he had. You lie constantly about who he was. I'm not instruction from Turning Point USA or any of their affiliates or any of these neocon dogs that they send out on what I should do with the money. It's just not going to happen. So yeah, I'm going to take care of my sisters. I'm going to give money to the Catholic Church, and then I'm going to decide what I want to do. That's it. You were the ones who offered the money. You were the ones who retweeted it. And so it's therefore mine. You can skip all of your fake altruism. Why don't you guys give more money to that organization? Because the direction that they're headed, I don't see that this is going to be an organization in 10 years down the road. I see it crashing and burning like everybody else does. And like I said, for the first time ever, the left and the right are united in their disgust for what this organization has become. And that was not a feeling that people had on the right, especially in the wake of the assassination. So you guys did this. This was your loss, your L, and that's all I'm going to say about that. We'll be right back after a brief break. All right, you guys, do you owe back taxes? Do you have years of unfiled returns? Or maybe you filed every year and you still can't get ahead because the balance keeps growing? Maybe you withdrew money from a 401k or an IRA and suddenly got hit with a tax bill that you never expected. Whatever caused the problem, one thing is certain, the IRS penalties and the interest keep adding up every single month. If you don't have a plan now, you could end up owing even more next tax season. Before the IRS starts sending more letters, garnishing wages, or freezing your bank account, call Tax Network USA. They've been helping taxpayers nationwide for more than 15 years, resolving back taxes, unfiled returns, and serious IRS problems. So whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million, their team has resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. Right now, they're offering a free IRS investigative call to find out exactly what you owe and what options you have to fix it. So call 866-686-1651 or visit tnusa.com/Candace. Again, that's tnusa.com/Candace. And I want to remind you guys about American Financing because everyday expenses keep climbing and the high credit card interest is not making life any easier. If your budget is feeling squeezed lately, there's a smarter way to take back control. If you're a homeowner, your home equity is your best financial tool. American Financing can help you consolidate high interest credit card debts so that you have some breathing room. Timing matters now more than ever. With a strong chance of an interest rate hike this September, waiting could cost you thousands. And with rates in the fives, there's no better time to find out how much you could be saving. So ditch 20% interest rate. American financing borrowers have $800 a month. Imagine what that kind of cash flow could do for your family. There are 0 upfront fees, and you may even delay up to 2 mortgage payments. So lock in your lower rate before September. Call 800-795-1210. Again, that's 800-795-1210. Or visit americanfinancing.net/Owens. That's americanfinancing.net/Owens. Okay, I also want to let you guys know, we got so many messages. Please sell the t-shirt. I can explain to you, but I cannot understand it for you. Exhausted trying to explain this to him. We do have that available on our website. So if you go to KSOwens.com and you can have that t-shirt, we have them available. We also made that a sweatshirt. I can explain it to you, but I cannot understand it for you. T-shirts, different sizes of that available. And of course, a mug, which I can't wait to get if I can explain it to you. And we also put up this. This is my second favorite shirt. If you know, you know. It's in maroon. This is my wear your second favorite shirt. If you've learned nothing from this podcast, if you do bad stuff, you wear your second favorite shirt, not your first favorite shirt. So we have some new merch that's available on the website. And that is, of course, the easiest way to support us and support the work that we do and the investigation, which we can now refocus on, which was really none of their business at all. Why Turning Point USA doesn't want people investigating and exploring other leads in the Charlie Kirk assassination boggles the mind. It really boggles the mind. Top comments from the great debate. Go Max Everyday writes, let me begin by reading this message from my sponsor, Turning Point USA. Yes, that is what it felt like. It was absurd. It had nothing to do with the debate claims. Know your psyop. Second message, 75 to 85% confident Tyler did it, is literally reasonable doubt. I am so glad. I didn't even look at the comments. My producers pulled this, that you guys clocked it as well. It's crazy that they just concede the entire debate right at the beginning. So yes, you have a right to pursue other leads. No, you do not have to reach out to Visa and MasterCard and speak to the merchant to do so. I want you guys to know that. I may, guys, have to, I didn't realize we were so overtime on book club, so we may need to do that tomorrow. We're finishing the book, and thank you to book club for allowing me to bump Friday to accommodate the great debate. Comments from today's episode. True Detective writes, Andrew Wilson's rules of the debate. Avoid knowing the facts of the case, pretend to be intelligent and qualified, and don't mind that your left foot is nodding in agreement with Candace throughout the conversation. And question, when Andrew's wife makes him a sandwich, is he expected to open the pickle jar? I mean, that relationship is just on its face toxic. Like I said, you should go look up clips of that, like her disgusting mouth and the things that she says in the whatever podcast and how she speaks, and they're branding themselves as Orthodox Christians. And he said on some stream that his wife went in and spoke to the executives at Turning Point USA. That's why I say Turning Point USA is just over. Like we can't, this Christian psyop has to end. We just have to stop pretending. Erica on her face is, I can't get a sentence out without saying the Lord, the Lord, the Lord. She's hugging Andrew Wilson. These are who is being brought into our organization and given money to train people to debate. I'm sorry, people are clocking that. I'm sorry. It's not positive. It's not positive evidence, but it feels like some evidence that the whole brand is fraudulent now. It feels like evidence that Turning Point USA is now essentially trying to sell people faux Christianity while they behave in just the most detestable way behind the scenes. And now it's in front of the scenes. Like I said, I can't wait for him to drop that message. They have themselves in a pickle with that message. He says he's dropping it this week. Do your thing, Andrew. Do your thing.
Andrew.
We hope now, right? In the words of my grandmother, he don't know no better. Way to stay above the muck. Yes, I was just not going to meet him on his level. He came across as petty and just, these men are too old for this. Like, you know what I mean? He's almost 50. Steven Crowder's 40. Like, grow up. Be professional. What are you all doing with these accounts that you're dedicating to tweeting about Candace Owens 90 times a day? Find something that gives you purpose and go after it. I don't know you. I don't know these people. Like, it's crazy. I literally have never met Steven Crowder. So that entire obsession with me is just because I covered when he was berating his wife and said it was gross, because it was. It just was. Chris Angelo writes, one thing that is actually overwhelming is how proud Charlie is of you as he smiles from heaven. The Holy Spirit truly gave you the patience and discernment needed for the debate. Keep going, Max, for the truth and for Charlie. Christ is King. Thank you for saying that. And like I said, that was the bittersweet thing, is over everything, because it just takes one question and for someone to throw you off your game, you have to stay updated. And I did all of that. And I'm glad that it worked out. Jenna wrote, "You were amazing in the debate. I offered my daily mass and rosary for you on Friday. I'm so proud of you. Such a role model for my four daughters. Christ is King." Yeah, that's one of the first things I did. I went to a Saturday mass and just thank the Lord, just for the ability to communicate in a way and to have the opportunity to expose what we all know is going on. And that's, by the way, the real purpose of what Andrea was doing was to distract us. With nothingness, they brought no new people to their side. It just the same establishment media trying to convince you that you should not believe your own eyes and your ears. And that's what we have right now. That's what we're living right now. Riley England writes, "Candace, what a master class for how gracefully and brilliantly you defend your convictions with facts. We all know you did this for Charlie. You displayed a restraint in a class that I look up to, and you clearly owned pickles. LOL, St. John Mark, pray for us." Indeed. That is my patron saint. And I hope that people did learn that just stay calm. And yeah, I'm like, I want to just talk about the case. But like I said, I actually know that my audience is smarter than that. I believe in my audience. I know people can see through that. They saw right through him in the same way that I saw through him live. Maddening to hear him keep telling us stuff happened 5 seconds ago that didn't happen 5 seconds ago, but say it with like smugness and arrogance. You said it. You said this. No, I literally didn't say that. Like, you don't have magical powers here, sir. Zamet writes, "I think Andrew Wilson was hoping to open the pickle jar with the screwdriver that they planted on the rooftop." Indeed. Cowlins writes, "Thank you, Candace. Followed you since Fox News. You're no more on Fox. Thank God for you and Charlie. With love." Thank you. And Jay Beam writes, "It really freaks me out that Andrew said you could just not do what you are doing, seeking the truth and asking questions, and be okay." He said that quote, "You could just not do what you're doing and be okay." It's almost as if he is aware or realized on air that you are close to the truth. Totally creepy for him to say that. A bit worried. It was strange to me that he so instantly jumped into the Israel and France narrative, which, by the way, people would add that to why they think Israel is sus, because why does it take and require so many people to try to tell us that Israel's not involved? Is the evidence is overwhelming that today and prove a bait claim would take care of the Israel one? But he doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to talk about or defend the claim. He instead wants to go, why do you think Israel did it? Where is your positive evidence? My positive evidence is you sitting here right now prioritizing defending Israel rather than your claim. It's sus. People think it's suspicious because it is. You keep trying to force this Israel didn't do it narrative, and the more that you do it, we go, just doesn't make sense. Trying to constantly emphasize this. The best way to prove Israel's innocence is to prove Tyler Robinson's guilt. And you failed to do that.
Failed.
We should be taking a look at the Israel narrative. We have a right to ask questions. We're going to continue to do that.
Shit.
True. I think I read that. Jenna. I think I did. I read that one as well. And I think I read them all. I think I'm good, actually. 7 Sheets was the one I was missing. 7 Sheets wrote, "I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you. Wow, we need merch. This will go down in debate history. Kudos to your bravery once again, but they must realize we are legion right behind you. God is with you." Thank you so much for you guys being with me. I think our audience actually grew. The platform got bigger. And it's because telling the truth, also exercising humility is really important. And if you learn anything from this debate, like if you don't know something, just say you don't know it. You're not required to be an expert at everything. I didn't even dive into, it sounded crazy when he said the bullet split in air and caused air. It felt like another one of his confident lies, but I wasn't going to pretend to be a ballistics expert on splitting bullets midair that create air under your shirt. And
Shit.
trusted the internet. They will take a look at that. The hunters, the common sense people, we're going to go, this man is once again lying boldly about that claim. And sure enough, we've already seen videos of people just going, he's clinically insane. I had Air Force veterans messaging me being like, I cannot believe he said this on your platform. And that's the point. This is how we grow. This is how we are Legion, because people go, that is such an absurd lie to tell that I now need to look into what Candace has been saying. And so many people then go back and they watch the content and they recognize the holes. And we are doing this because we know that everything is wrong with the Charlie Kirk narrative. Literally everything is wrong with this narrative. And like I say to you guys all the time, they're not going to get away with it. Positive evidence or not, I sense that we are getting closer to the truth and they are getting panicked. But here's what I will say. There has to be a consequence for Turning Point USA. There does. There has to. Vengeance does not belong to me, but the truth belongs to everybody. And you know, there's nothing I do better than sentencing them to more truth. So get excited because tomorrow we will be sentencing Turning Point USA to more truth, which is what they want, more truth and transparency, right? You send an absolute slob to my home to debate me, to disrespect me by not just being honest and forthright about who he wanted to bring here, to violate our rules of no filming where my children play. We drop more truth. That's it. That's all. When Erica say that, that's it. That's all. Anyway, that will be tomorrow. I am already late on book club. Can we do it tomorrow, Sky? Can we just check the calendar? I feel like I have. When am I doing? I think I'm doing Dave Smith's show, right? That's at noon. Okay, hold on, guys. I got to get you on the calendar. Just give me a second. Wednesday cannot do. Yeah, but let's do Thursday. Yeah, because I think I want to. I want to pack going away with the husband for our anniversary, number 7. I just casually have a conversation like that, right? I'm like, can I do this? I think we should do Thursday. Okay, perfect. All right, you guys. Book club people, I will see you on Thursday. Get excited, you guys, for tomorrow. I love when the punishment is more truth. Your punishment is more truth, Turning Point USA. We will see you guys then.
All right, now what? Sweet keys is a snitch. I gotta see. We crash out. British Confers Teller is a. Let's see.
Say I was a liar, and now it's just looking real bad for Turning Point USA. So fingers crossed.
They bitch.
How would you like?
I don't know. Are they a cheaper vehicle or something? I don't know.
Yeah,
Like,
they probably want $250 for hire. I think
thing today. Is that crazy? I was just thinking about it. I got busy and stayed busy.
Yeah, sick is kind of crazy.
And I didn't have nothing to do.
What happened?
He ain't ate nothing all day.
Yeah. How low was your sugar the other day? And does from not eating, is that definitely lowers your sugar, right?
Yeah.
And
My
you were
sugar
riding.
was
68.
My sugar was 68.
Yeah.
And then I got home. It was probably lower than that by the time I got home.
Holy shit, yeah. Did you feel it?
I can always feel it. I
You
always
get a
feel
little
it.
paranoid, riding and being like, holy
I mean,
because you could fall out.
well, I mean, you can, but
Sure.
I mean, that's why I said what I said, because it's never happened. I mean, there's a first time, there's always a first time, but
yeah,
I never hit a log truck until I did.
well, yeah. I mean,
That was the first though.
I'm pretty much in check with it, and I can figure out.
Yeah.
Like if I'm low enough that I can't ride, I'll know.
Yeah.
I hope.
I don't know. That stuff just hits you sometimes. I used to get a little dizzy and lightheaded. What you got in there, Bob?
Oh, this is just some glow in the dark filler.
Yeah. Look like
It's
some
when you-
wizard magic dust in there.
It's a good thing to add weight to your jars when you're holding them because it gives you
Yeah,
something substantial to
one.
hold. But
That one
this
helped you
one-
out on the highway. Jar of
What's your-
Steelies.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
See, once I start
there she
painting,
goes. Yeah.
because some of this stuff, like the red right here, doesn't do anything under a black light, right?
Yeah.
But if I use like this radioactive glow here, it's away from the black light, but you can still see.
Yeah.
It wants to glow a bit.
Yeah. Do.
But all right, let's get to going.
Sick the way you're dressed with the shirt open and the heavy
Very
metal
Miami.
cross. No, I'm feeling Tommy. I'm waiting for War Pigs to start jamming out on an SG Gibson.
War pigs.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Hell yeah. I'm running out of bread. Damn it.
Yeah, you got that look. That's all. Yeah, make sure the bread doesn't have a green tint or anything.
Yeah, I know. I always look.
Always check.
There's nothing wrong with adding some fungus to your diet.
Herbal, yeah.
Maybe get back to that. Watch this. Listening to
Yeah,
us
it
and
really
knew that
was.
she was thinking about lying about.
You had this.
Before you criticize me. Maybe I'll fucking keel over and die tonight in this chair. It's not going to change the fact that Candace Owens still doesn't have any fucking evidence for her claims and ran when she was finally given a chance to give that evidence.
That are like 1450 BC Egyptian ships, right? Like now this is depiction of ships, right? But then there's an Egyptian ship here.
I am 33, but I feel like 63.
From like 400 BC.
And so it looks like there's a whole bunch of riders all sitting here.
Free antibiotics. Yeah, got making medicine.
Facts. I mean, that I could have done that. I would have done that. You got to get on the road.
This is clearly not a merit-based system anymore.
They were fucking scared to death of him.
Oh man.
So, yeah, but there's some pretty shady people that live in that area.
Between the jurors and the gallery, but the
everything Israel wants to do while they're doing the
it, and you know that's tough for a lot of people. It's like, you know,
Another,
yeah, I saw him. I thought you guys
he
were like
said it.
kind of
These
friends. I
other,
was
they're all
like,
like
what the fuck?
Pablo Fuentberg sold a shirt saying this. It's like, and this is so obviously Fed slop. Elon.
You don't want to risk it. It cannot be risked
in any way. Anyway.
I want to be a part of it.
At Airport Way, all 3 buildings in my vision. I've been seeing a riverboat included, and she's looking forward to rescheduling with you.
Polluted with this shit. And it's like, hey, listen, man, it gets frustrating. I know that it's frustrating for guys dating. It also gets frustrating for guys that are also in long-term relationships when their girl is consuming crap online, podcasts, call her daddy, social media posts and stuff like that, that tell her, you don't need to tolerate this. Don't let him talk to you that way, blah, 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 blah. And then they go and like cause havoc in a relationship, right? And you're just gonna, guys, that's the modern world that we deal with today. The answer to all of this, the remedy, the solution, the antidote, if you will, is
Pokemon card giveaway.
Isn't that the truth? Yeah. They go all night long. How about?
And like I said, this 357, you know, that's Savannah Guthrie. And this
and tuck his thing between his legs and use their skin to cover himself. The stuff that we're seeing that the law enforcement's finding behind the scenes is a lot more disturbing than I think any.
Disturbing. You know what? Oh, it's
And now he wants to fight in Texas again. Why is it only Texas he wants to be in? Because that's the only place his bum ass can carry a gun. You know it's illegal to be on anabolic steroids carrying a gun around in Texas? Did you know that? You need a diagnosed medical condition to be carrying around a gun when you're on anabolic steroids. Next time I will, bitch. Next time I will. You bet your ass. You bet your ass.
So when he says everybody in his neighborhood knows him, they know him as the guy that snitches, that calls him. And he's like so hyped about it. Like, yeah, I'll call him. I'll call him. I'll do it. It's like, calm down. It's the internet, easy. Calm down.
He wants all this respect from the black community, but just broke the one rule in the black community: don't snitch. like,
and is bragging about it. That's like if you're gonna be a snitch, you're supposed to really keep it to yourself. Look at him, boy. He got his finger. Like he's really upset with that camera in his room and clothes, just laughing.
And now he wants to fight in Texas again. Why is it only Texas he wants to be in? Because that's the only place.
Oh, you're a victim here. I'm gonna need you white people to stop being so violent.
That's usually, yeah, women do that, right?
I'm gonna need you white people to stop being so violent. This is getting out of hand. It's getting ridiculous.
I'm the only white person here. Right, Easy?
So my mom's black all of a sudden?
This isn't my talking point. I didn't invent it pull it out of my ass.
You're trying to
like you
did
say
I ever
you're
say
black, or you used
did I
to.
say I'm just black or did I say I'm mixed, stupid?
I don't know what you say now, but I know you
don't
used
know
to say that you were
anything,
black.
bro.
No, you're not. Yeah, no, you're not. No, you're not. Stop.
Oh, you're a victim here.
I'm gonna need you white people to stop being
That's
so
usually
violent.
that's usually yeah, women do that, right?
I live with them on Montague Street in a basement down the stairs.
Sterling, real.
Oh.
to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that.
So I'm bemused because I've been involved in a lot of contracts in my time. I've been an employer, I've been an employee, and so on. I don't understand why somebody from the Daily Wire can be so explicit about the reasons you left, and yet you are not able to be as explicit to defend yourself or to counter what they're saying.
Amen, Pierce. Amen. I think that is probably a question that was on a lot of people's minds. And, what can I say other than what was it that Kanye was saying about contracts? And, I think it is, even if you believe that it is valid for that to happen, I think it is immoral to allow someone to attack someone and to not allow them to defend their name.
Daily Wire issued gag order against Candace Owens during public debate negotiations, right? Okay, so let me read this story because, I'm sure you have great feedback to give to both sides on this. So conservative news and commentary outlet The Daily Wire has reportedly obtained gag order against former podcast host Candace Owens. The news reported allegations alleges despite company co-founder Ben Shapiro claimed
All right.
News alert.
He's like, the outlaws are down here. And it's just, and what they do to get you.
On February 23rd, 2026, officers, sheriff's deputies.
You get some? Okay.
Hey everyone, today we are checking out some crazy situations where riders see.
On April 10th, 2018, Kyle Plush, 16 years old, drove to Seven Hills High School.
Where to go?
Test. Yo, Jay, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Jay is an OG. I need more knives, man. I think, Jay, you sent me some. I think that was you, right? You during breaks, during the stream, whenever they take a break, or after the stream's over.
Have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the
I
trial,
agree, they
swear
don't
them
have
in.
to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay.
From self-snitching on social media to testing whether cars can fly, this is when total idiots get into high-speed police.
Used to pitch the big top, sell the tickets at the door. Heard the Ferris wheel squeal, ain't gonna hear it anymore. Traded cotton candy fumes for the smell of gasoline. Swap the tilt-a-whirl for a road that's long and lean. Say goodbye to the Midway, the cotton candy too. Found a chrome-plated beast and a whole brand new crew. Now the grease is on the chain. This is the life I choose. We're filming the journey, nothing left to lose. Got the camera rolling, got the mic hung up tight. Gonna light up the screen with the road at midnight. Used to pull the lever, guess to wait and play the game. Now I'm chasing views and clicks and calling out the name. This is CARNY'S RIDE. On a steel horse he flies. From the county fair dust to the wide open skies. He's got a story to tell, a throttle to turn. Hit that subscribe button and watch the rubber burn. Yeah, this is CARNY'S RIDE. Learn to hustle from the guy who ran the ring toss. That same eye for the angle means no story ever gets lost. Filming the open highway, dodging potholes in the rain. Show you the real life, the joy and the pain. The chopper is my circus, the miles are the crowd. Every roar of the engine, I shout the truth out loud. Got the patch on my vest, the drop out in the saddle. Back from the caravan to the beach wind. This is the life I led. Got the camera rolling, got the mic hung up tight. Gonna light up the screen with the road at midnight. Used to pull the lever, guess to wait and play the game. Now I'm chasing views and clicks and calling out the name. This is CARNY'S RIDE. On a steel horse he flies. From the county fair dust to the wide open skies. He's got a story to tell, a throttle to turn. Hit that subscribe button and watch the rubber burn. Yeah, this is CARNY'S. More than just a biker. Planting a brand new seed. Watch the rubber burn.
They said pick a life, I said I'm picking bold. The grit of the black top, the carnio. Keep the lights flashing, keep the wheels in motion. Streaming live from the coast to the ocean.
Ring that bell. You're watching CARNY'S RIDE. See you on the
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages. I hate to spell that one, but that's it. That's all. I hope you had a ball. But CARNY'S RIDE is just about over. Don't forget to hit that like, subscribe, hit that notification bell, let you know when the show comes on. And please watch for motorcycles. We're out and about. Till next time. Peace.